Hello there, and welcome to the Sleepy Curiosities. I'm so glad you're here. Maybe it's been a long day, or maybe you just like to fall asleep thinking about the quiet details of the Roman Empire. Either way, tonight's journey is for you. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body rest and your thoughts drift, because tonight we're exploring the Roman Empire itself. We'll move gently from fact to fact. Some things may surprise you. Others may stay with you like a quiet thought at the edge of sleep. And if these calm explorations help you rest, feel free to like and subscribe. It helps others find their way here too. Now, if you're ready, let's begin. The story of Rome begins not with marble columns, but with a basket floating down a river. The legend of Romulus and Remus is perhaps the most famous origin story in the Western world. Yet the details often drift into the realm of myth. The twins were said to be the sons of Mars, the god of war, and a mortal princess, abandoned to the elements to protect a usurping king's throne. They were left in a basket on the river Tiber, which was flooding at the time, and eventually washed ashore near a wild fig tree at the base of the Palatine Hill. It was here that a she-wolf, drawn by their cries, found them and suckled them in a cave known as the Lupercal. This image of the wolf and the twins became the defining symbol of the city, stamped onto coins and statues for 1,000 years. But the story also tells of a shepherd named Faustulus, who eventually found them and raised them as his own. When they grew up and decided to build a city of their own, they couldn't agree on the location. To settle the dispute, they turned to augury, the practice of watching birds to determine the will of the gods. Remus saw 6 vultures first, but Romulus saw 12 vultures later. The disagreement over whether priority or quantity mattered led to a conflict that ended in tragedy, with Romulus killing his brother. It suggests that from its very first breath, Rome was a city defined by both divine favor and brutal ambition. A foundation laid not just in earth, but in the complex struggles of family and power. Once the city walls were built, Rome faced a critical problem that threatened to end its history before it truly began. The early population of Rome was composed almost entirely of men, mostly exiles, refugees, and runaway slaves, whom Romulus had welcomed to increase his numbers. Without women, there would be no next generation, and the city would die out within a single lifetime. When neighboring tribes refused to let their daughters marry these rough Roman outcasts, Romulus devised a plan that the line between festivity and treachery. He organized a great festival in honor of Neptune and invited the neighboring Sabine people to attend. In the middle of the celebration, at a prearranged signal, the Roman men rushed into the crowd and abducted the unmarried Sabine women, carrying them off to their homes. This event, known as the rape of the Sabine women, led inevitably to war. But the resolution of this conflict is where the story turns poignant. When the Sabine army eventually attacked Rome to retrieve their daughters, the women themselves, now wives and mothers of Roman children, rushed onto the battlefield. They stood between the clashing armies, pleading with their Sabine fathers and their Roman husbands to stop fighting. Their courage united the two peoples into a single state, ruled jointly. It is a reminder that the empire was not just built by the sword, but cemented by the unexpected bonds of kinship that form in the wake of conflict. Before Rome became a republic or an empire, it was ruled by a succession of 7 kings, a period lasting roughly 2.5 centuries. While Romulus was the first warlord king, his successor, Numa Pompilius, was a man of profound peace and religion. According to tradition, Numa didn't even want the job and had to be convinced to leave his quiet country life. Once he accepted, he focused entirely on establishing the spiritual and calendar rhythms of the city. He is credited with creating the office of the Pontifex Maximus, the high priest, a title the popes still use today. He also moved the calendar from 10 months to 12 to better align with the lunar and solar cycles, adding the months of January and February. Following him came kings who built the first sewers, conducted the first census, and constructed the first city walls. The era of kings ended with Tarquin the Proud, a tyrant whose arrogance and cruelty led the people to overthrow him in 509 BCE. The memory of the kings left such a deep scar on the Roman psyche that for the next 500 years, the title rex, or king, was the most hated word in the Latin language. Even when emperors later seized absolute power, they carefully avoided this title, preferring princeps or imperator to mask their total control. A long shadow cast by 7 men that would dictate the political shape of the world for centuries. In the early days of the Republic, the Romans cherished the ideal of the citizen soldier, and no one embodied this more than a man named Cincinnatus. Around 458 BCE, Rome was facing a military crisis, surrounded by enemies on all sides. The Senate decided that the only way to survive was to appoint a dictator, a magistrate given absolute, unchecked power for a period of 6 months to solve a specific emergency. They sent a delegation to find Cincinnatus, a former statesman who had retired to a small farm across the Tiber. The envoys found him plowing his fields, covered in dust and sweat. When he heard their request, he wiped off the dirt, called for his wife to bring his toga, and accepted the command. He organized the army, marched out to meet the enemy, and achieved a decisive victory in just 16 days. But what happened next is what made him a legend. He still had months of absolute power remaining. He could have done anything he wanted. Instead, Cincinnatus resigned his dictatorship immediately after the victory and returned to his plow. He viewed power as a heavy burden to be carried only when necessary, not a prize to be kept. This story was told to Roman schoolchildren for generations as the ultimate example of civic virtue, placing the good of the state above personal ambition. A man who held the world in his hands and chose, instead, the simple handle of a plow. There was a moment in 390 BCE when the entire fate of Rome rested not on its soldiers, but on a flock of sacred birds. A tribe of Gauls had crossed the Alps and defeated the Roman army, sacking the city and burning much of it to the ground. A small garrison of Romans had retreated to the Capitoline Hill, the citadel of the city, which was protected by steep, rocky cliffs. One night, the Gauls discovered a secret path up the cliffs and began to climb in total silence. They were so quiet that neither the Roman sentries nor the guard dogs heard them approaching. But on the Capitol stood the temple of Juno, where a flock of sacred geese was kept. Despite the food shortages caused by the siege, the Romans had spared these birds out of religious respect. As the Gauls pulled themselves over the ramparts, the geese, disturbed by the intruders, began to honk and flap their wings loudly. The noise woke a former consul named Marcus Manlius, who rushed to the cliff edge and knocked the first Gaul down, who then fell into the others, clearing the cliff. The citadel was saved. For centuries afterward, the Romans commemorated this event with a procession where a goose was carried on a litter adorned with purple and gold, honored as the savior of the city. It is a strange thought that an empire which would one day span 3 continents was once saved by the nervous fluttering of temple birds in the dark. For a long time, the laws of Rome were not written down. kept as oral traditions known only to the aristocratic priests. This meant that ordinary people, the plebeians, often didn't know the laws they were being judged by, leaving them vulnerable to abuse. After years of social struggle and demands for transparency, a commission of 10 men was appointed to draft a written code. The result, created around 450 BCE, was the 12 Tables. These laws were inscribed on 12 large bronze tablets and displayed in the Roman Forum, where anyone could read them or have them read to them. The laws covered everything from property boundaries and debt to family relations and even the width of roads. They were surprisingly specific. For example, one law stated that a neighbor's tree could be trimmed if it hung over your property, while another dictated that women should not scratch their cheeks in mourning at funerals to prevent excessive displays of grief. Though the original bronze tablets were likely destroyed when the Gauls sacked the city, the text was memorized by generations of Romans. Boys like Cicero had to learn them by heart in school, chanting the ancient, rhythmic Latin as the foundation of their education. It was the first time that justice was seen as something objective and fixed, carved in metal rather than shifting with the whims of rulers. A solid foundation upon which the complex structure of Western law would eventually be built. Geography often dictates destiny, and for Rome, everything centered on the Palatine Hill. Of the famous 7 hills of Rome, the Palatine is the most central, rising about 40 meters above the Roman Forum on one side and the Circus Maximus on the other. It was the logical place for the first settlers to build their huts because it overlooked the only place where the Tiber River could be easily crossed, thanks to Tiber Island. It had steep cliffs that made it easy to defend, and crucially, the air at the top was fresher and healthier than in the swampy valleys below where malaria-carrying mosquitoes lived. In the earliest days, this hill was covered in simple wattle and daub huts, including the legendary hut of Romulus, which was preserved and repaired for centuries. But as Rome grew wealthy, the Palatine became the Beverly Hills of the ancient world. The richest senators and generals competed to live there. Eventually, the emperors bought up all the property and covered the entire hill with a sprawling complex of imperial residences. In fact, the word palace comes directly from the name Palatine. So, when we speak of royal palaces today, we are unknowingly referencing this single, flat-topped hill in Italy. It was a transformation from a shepherd's lookout to the seat of global power. Yet, the geography remained the constant anchor, a high place where the air was clear, looking down on the bustling world it had created. If you walk through the streets of modern Rome today, looking closely at the ancient stones or even the modern manhole covers, you will see four letters repeated over and over. SPQR, this acronym, Senatus Populusque Romanus, means the Senate and the people of Rome, and it was the heartbeat of the Republic for nearly 500 years. It wasn't just a slogan, it was a definition of legitimate power. After the Romans expelled their last king in 509 BCE, they swore an oath that they would never again be ruled by a single monarch. Instead, they built a system where authority was shared between the aristocratic Senate and the popular assemblies of the citizens. This partnership was stamped onto everything the state owned, from the coins that circulated in the marketplaces to the heavy military standards carried by the legions into battle. When a general marched to war, he did so in the name of the Senate and the people. Even centuries later, when emperors had seized total control and the Republic was effectively dead, they kept using these four letters because the idea was so deeply burned into the Roman soul. They needed the illusion that the power still belonged to the people. It serves as a quiet reminder that symbols often outlive the realities they were meant to represent. Carved into marble that survives long after the political structures have turned to dust. A brand of unity that endured for a millennium. The Roman aversion to kings was so strong that they designed their entire government to prevent anyone from seizing too much power, resulting in a unique dual leadership system. Instead of a president or a prime minister, the Republic was led by two men called consuls. These leaders were elected by the assembly, but there was a strict catch. They could only serve for a single year. The Romans believed that limiting the time in office would prevent anyone from becoming too attached to the position or too powerful to remove. Furthermore, the two consuls had to agree on major decisions. If one wanted to march to war and the other wanted to stay home, the one who said no usually won. This power of the veto, a Latin word meaning "I forbid," was a safety valve built into the very machinery of the state. It often made the government slow and indecisive, leading to endless debates in the Senate House. But to the Romans, a slow government was better than a tyrannical one. They imagined power not as a permanent possession, but as a temporary burden to be carried, and then passed on. It was a system of checks and balances invented 2,000 years before the modern democracies we know today, born from a deep cultural fear of one man standing alone at the top. In the history of the Republic, few moments were as terrifying to the Romans as the arrival of Hannibal Barca. During the Second Punic War against Carthage, Rome expected an attack from the sea, where they felt confident in their navy. Instead, Hannibal did the impossible. He marched an army of roughly 30,000 men and 37 war elephants across the Alps in late autumn. The journey is legendary for its brutality. The mountain passes were narrow, icy, and treacherous, often blocked by landslides or hostile local tribes who rolled boulders down on the passing army. The image of African elephants trudging through the high-altitude snow of the European mountains is one of the most surreal visuals of ancient history. Many men and animals perished in the cold or slipped off the precipices, but the sheer audacity of the move caught Rome completely off guard. When Hannibal descended into Italy, he seemed unstoppable, defeating Roman army after Roman army for 15 years. He moved through the Italian countryside like a ghost they couldn't catch, a tactical genius who rewrote the rules of warfare. Yet, despite his brilliance in battle, he could never break the Roman alliances or breach the walls of Rome itself. It remains a story of incredible human endurance, a general who conquered the mountains, but couldn't quite conquer the city that waited on the other side. The rivalry between Rome and Carthage was so intense that it spawned one of history's most enduring myths, the salting of the earth. The story goes that when Rome finally defeated Carthage in the Third Punic War in 146 BCE, the Roman general Scipio Aemilianus not only burned the city to the ground, but plowed salt into the soil so that nothing would ever grow there again. It is a powerful image of total, irreversible destruction. However, historians have found that this dramatic detail is likely a fabrication added centuries later. Salt in the ancient world was an incredibly valuable commodity, often used to pay soldiers, the root of our word, salary. Using enough salt to sterilize the farmland of a major city would have cost a fortune, a wastefulness that the pragmatic Romans were unlikely to commit. While they did systematically dismantle the city, enslaving 50,000 survivors and burning the buildings for 17 days, the land was declared public property, and eventually resettled. Rome actually built a new colony on the same site about a century later. The myth of the salt, however, lingers in our collective memory because it speaks to the terrifying finality of Roman wrath. It symbolizes a wish to erase an enemy not just from the present, but from the future itself. A silence so complete that even the grass is forbidden to return. For a Roman citizen with ambition, the path to power was not a sprint, but a carefully measured climb known as the cursus honorum, or the course of honors. You couldn't simply wake up and decide to run for the highest office. You had to follow a strict ladder of promotion, with age requirements and mandatory gaps between positions. A young man would start his career in his 20s, perhaps as a military tribune or a financial administrator called a quaestor. If he succeeded there, he might move up to become an aedile, responsible for maintaining public buildings and throwing festivals to keep the people happy. Next came the praetorship, where he would serve as a judge or govern a province. Only after passing through all these stages, and usually reaching the age of 42, could a man stand for election as consul. This rigid structure was designed to ensure that by the time a man held supreme power, he was experienced in money, law, administration, and war. It also created a fierce, pressure cooker environment where aristocratic families pushed their sons to climb higher and faster than their rivals. To stall on the ladder was a source of deep shame. It was a system that valued endurance and proven capability, turning the government into a hierarchy of veterans who had all walked the exact same path to the top. As the Republic grew wealthy from its conquests, deep cracks began to form in its social foundation, visible most clearly in the tragedy of the Gracchi brothers. Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus were aristocrats who noticed a dangerous trend. Wealthy senators were buying up huge tracts of public land to create massive plantations worked by slave labor, leaving the common Roman citizens landless and unemployed. In 133 BCE, Tiberius Gracchus proposed a law to redistribute this public land to the poor. When the Senate opposed him, he broke tradition and took his law directly to the People's Assembly. The political tension grew so high that it shattered the Republic's long-standing taboo against internal violence. A mob of senators, led by Tiberius's own cousin, attacked him and his followers in the Forum, breaking apart wooden benches to use as clubs. Tiberius was beaten to death, and his body was thrown into the Tiber River. A decade later, his younger brother Gaius tried to pass even wider reforms and met a similar violent end. These events marked a turning point. Before the Gracchi, political disputes in Rome were solved with speeches and debates. After them, violence became a tool of politics. It was the moment the Romans realized that their laws could not protect them from their own anger. Perhaps the most fatal change to the Republic came not from a politician, but from a general named Gaius Marius. Around 107 BCE, Rome was facing a shortage of soldiers. Traditionally, only citizens who owned property could serve in the legions, the idea being that if you owned land, you had something to fight for. But Marius faced a crisis and needed more men, so he opened the ranks to the Capite censi, the head count, citizens who owned nothing. He turned soldiering from a civic duty into a profession. The state, through the general, provided their armor and weapons, and promised them land upon retirement. This seemingly practical reform had a catastrophic side effect. These new professional soldiers were not loyal to the abstract idea of Rome or the Senate. They were loyal to the general who paid them, fed them, and guaranteed their future. If a general like Marius, or later, Caesar, asked them to march against Rome itself, they would often obey. By solving a recruitment problem, Marius inadvertently created private armies that belonged to charismatic leaders rather than the state. It shifted the center of gravity in the Roman world, placing the sword in the hand of the individual and setting the stage for the Republic to consume itself in civil war. There is perhaps no story in Roman history more famous than the rise of Julius Caesar, but one of the most revealing moments happened long before he commanded armies. When Caesar was a young man of 25, traveling across the Aegean Sea to study oratory, his ship was seized by Cilician pirates. In the ancient Mediterranean, piracy was a terrifying reality, often ending in slavery or death for the captives. Yet Caesar treated the situation with a strange and calm arrogance. When the pirates demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, a fortune in those days, Caesar reportedly laughed in their faces and told them they clearly didn't know who they had captured. He insisted they ask for 50 talents instead. For nearly 40 days, while his associates went to gather the money, Caesar lived among the pirates not as a prisoner, but almost as a demanding guest. He joined in their athletic games, practiced his public speaking by reading them his poetry, and if they talked too loudly while he was trying to sleep, he would simply order them to be quiet. He even jokingly told them that once he was free, he would return and have them all crucified. The pirates, amused by this bold young aristocrat, thought he was merely jesting. But true to his word, after the ransom was paid and he was released, Caesar immediately raised a small fleet, returned to their hideout, and captured them all. It was an early glimpse of the absolute, unshakable confidence that would eventually lead him to challenge the Republic itself. A man who refused to be a victim, even when held at sword point on a lonely island. The defining moment of the Roman Republic's collapse is often tied to a single geographical feature, a small, unassuming river called the Rubicon. In 49 BCE, this shallow stream marked the official boundary between the province of Cisalpine Gaul and Italy proper. By law, any Roman general leading an army was required to disband his troops before crossing this border, a rule designed to prevent military coups and protect the Senate's authority. Caesar, facing political prosecution if he returned to Rome as a civilian, stood on the muddy banks of this river with his absolute favorite legion, the 13th, and weighed the cost of treason. It is said that he paused for some time, staring into the dark, rushing water, fully aware that one step would ignite a civil war that would consume the Mediterranean. Turning to his officers, he uttered the phrase, Alia iactu est. The die is cast, using a gambling metaphor to signify that the outcome was now left to fate, much like a pair of dice thrown in the air. He didn't march with the entire army initially. He took just a single legion across the bridge under the cover of darkness. It wasn't the size of the force that mattered, but the legal and spiritual violation of the border. With that crossing, the complex machinery of the Republic, its checks, its balances, and its traditions, was effectively dismantled by one man's refusal to step down. A small stream crossed in the dark became a divide that history could never step back across. While Caesar is remembered for his wars, one of his most lasting contributions was the way we measure time itself. Before his rule, the Roman calendar was a chaotic mess based on lunar cycles, totaling only 355 days. To keep the calendar aligned with the seasons, the high priest, a role Caesar himself held, had to manually insert an extra month every few years. However, during the chaotic years of civil war, this maintenance was neglected, and the calendar drifted significantly. By the time Caesar took control, the harvest festivals were happening in summer, and the vintage festivals in winter. He enlisted the help of an astronomer named Sosigenes from Alexandria to fix the system. They calculated the solar year to be 365 and 1/4 days long. To realign the calendar with the sun, Caesar ordered the year 46 BCE to be extended to an incredible 445 days, a time that came to be known as the Year of Confusion. Imagine living through a year that simply refused to end, as days were added to pull the seasons back into place. From then on, the new Julian calendar established the 365-day year, with a leap day added every 4th February. It was a reform so accurate and practical that, with only a minor adjustment by Pope Gregory XIII centuries later, it remains the system used by most of the world today. Every time you check the date, you are looking at a system organized by a Roman general who wanted to bring order to the flow of time. The events of the Ides of March in 44 BCE are well known, but the specific atmosphere of that day carries a quiet tragedy often lost in the retelling. The assassination did not take place in the Senate House in the Forum, which was being rebuilt, but in the theater of Pompey, a complex built by Caesar's greatest rival, whom he had defeated years earlier. On that morning, Caesar had dismissed his bodyguards, despite rumors of a plot and his wife's terrifying dreams, choosing to walk among the senators as a show of confidence. When the signal was given, it was not a coordinated military strike, but a chaotic frenzy. Tilius Cimber pulled at Caesar's toga, and the conspirators, including men Caesar had pardoned and promoted, rushed him with daggers. He was stabbed 23 times, though a physician later stated that only one wound, the second one to his chest, was actually fatal. In the confusion, the conspirators ended up cutting each other in their haste. Caesar ultimately fell at the base of a statue of Pompey, his blood staining the stone image of his old friend and enemy. The most haunting moment came immediately after. Brutus and the others marched out with their bloody daggers, expecting to be hailed as liberators who had saved the Republic. Instead, they were met with a terrified, stunning silence. The people of Rome did not cheer. They locked their doors and hid, unsure of what had just happened. The Republic they thought they were saving was already a ghost, violence only paved the way for something far more permanent. During this transitional period, the city of Rome played host to one of history's most fascinating figures, Queen Cleopatra of Egypt. While often remembered for her romance with Caesar, her presence in Rome from 46 BCE until Caesar's death was a political earthquake. Caesar installed her not in a distant palace, but in his own villa across the Tiber River, within the gardens that bear his name. For the conservative Roman elite, this was a scandalous intrusion. Cleopatra was not just a foreign queen. She was a living goddess in the Egyptian tradition, sharp-witted, immensely wealthy, and surrounded by a court of eunuchs and intellectuals. She brought with her the sophisticated culture of Alexandria, including astronomers who helped with the calendar reform and librarians who influenced Roman scholarship. However, her influence was viewed with deep suspicion by statesmen like Cicero, who found her arrogance unbearable. Caesar even erected a golden statue of Cleopatra in the temple of Venus Genetrix, placing the Egyptian queen alongside the divine ancestor of his own family. It was a bold statement of global power Rome, and Egypt united in the heart of the capital. Her time in Rome showed the citizens that their city was no longer just an Italian power, but the center of a cosmopolitan empire where East and West were beginning to blend, sometimes uncomfortably. When Caesar died, she fled back to Egypt, leaving behind a city that had been irrevocably changed by her foreign glamour. Following the chaos of the assassination, the vacuum of power was filled not by the Senate, but by a three-man dictatorship known as the Second Triumvirate. This alliance was formed in 43 BCE between Octavian, Caesar's young great-nephew and heir, Mark Antony, his best general, and Lepidus, a wealthy statesman. Unlike the first triumvirate, which was a secret handshake deal, this was a formal legal entity ratified by law, giving these three men absolute control to rewrite the Constitution. Their first order of business was a brutal act of housekeeping known as the proscriptions. To fund their armies and eliminate threats, they published lists of enemies of the state, wealthy senators and knights who could be legally killed by anyone, their property seized. It was a terrifying time when prominent men were hunted down in their homes and seaside villas, including the great orator Cicero, whose hands and tongue were displayed in the forum as a grim warning against speaking out. The triumvirate effectively carved the Roman world into slices. Antony took the wealthy East, Octavian took the troubled West, Lepidus was given Africa. It was a table standing on 3 legs, inherently unstable and built on a foundation of mutual suspicion. Everyone knew that 3 men could not rule the world indefinitely. It was a pause for breath, a temporary alignment of gears before the final machine of the empire locked into place. The transition from republic to empire concluded on the water, off the western coast of Greece, at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. This was the final showdown between Octavian and the alliance of Mark Antony and Cleopatra. While often depicted as a romantic tragedy, the battle was a master class in naval strategy and patience. Octavian was not a military genius himself, but he was wise enough to trust his lifelong friend, Marcus Agrippa, who commanded the fleet. Agrippa used smaller, more maneuverable ships to harass and outflank the massive, heavy war galleys of Antony and Cleopatra, which rolled in the swell like floating fortresses. For hours, the fleets were locked in a stalemate under the hot sun, until a gap opened in the line. Cleopatra, seeing the tactical situation deteriorating, ordered her squadron to raise their sails and flee through the gap. And Antony, abandoning his men, followed her. The rest of their fleet, leaderless and demoralized, eventually surrendered. This victory left Octavian as the sole master of the Roman world. He would return to Rome not as a dictator, but as the first citizen or princeps, carefully crafting the illusion that the republic still functioned while holding all real power himself. The chaotic storms of civil war that had raged for a century finally settled into the calm, flat waters of the Pax Romana. The republic was dead, but in its place, a structured peace began to settle over the Mediterranean. After decades of civil war, the Roman world took a collective breath with the arrival of the Pax Romana. This era of Roman peace, established by the first Emperor Augustus, lasted for roughly 2 centuries, a span of time almost difficult to comprehend in its stability. It began with a symbolic gesture that resonated deeply with the Roman people: the closing of the gates of the Temple of Janus. By tradition, these heavy bronze gates stood open whenever Rome was at war, which, for centuries, had been always. Augustus closed them 3 times during his reign, signaling a profound shift in the rhythm of daily life. This peace wasn't just an abstract concept. It reshaped the physical world. Augustus famously claimed he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble, a transformation made possible because resources could finally be diverted from survival to beautification. The Mediterranean Sea, once plagued by pirates and hostile fleets, became a unified Roman lake where trade ships moved safely from Egypt to Spain. Of course, this peace was maintained by the iron grip of the legions on the frontiers, a silence enforced by the sword. But for the average citizen in the heart of the empire, the fear of invading armies or civil strife faded into memory, replaced by a predictable order that allowed commerce, art, and architecture to flourish, unlike ever before. A long, quiet summer in the history of the West. As the absolute power of the emperor solidified, the burden of ruling the world often became a desire to escape it. The Emperor Tiberius, successor to Augustus, grew so weary of the political maneuvering and sycophancy of Rome that he simply left. He retreated to the island of Capri, a rugged limestone jewel rising from the Bay of Naples, and he never returned to the city for the last 10 years of his life. On the eastern tip of the island, he built the Villa Javis, a fortress palace perched on a sheer cliff, dropping 330 meters straight down to the sea. From this isolated eagle's nest, he ruled the vast Roman Empire through a slow, steady stream of letters and signals. He built a series of signal towers and lighthouses that could relay messages from his cliffside retreat to the mainland, and eventually to Rome, a primitive telegraph system of fire and smoke. It is a strange image to hold in your mind. The most powerful man on earth, walking alone through colonnades suspended between the blue sky and the blue sea, gazing at a capital city he despised, while senators in Rome trembled at the arrival of his written commands. The administration of millions continued, guided by a recluse who preferred the company of astronomers and the sound of the wind to the noise of the Senate. The line between absolute power and madness often blurred, most famously in the stories surrounding the Emperor Caligula and his favorite horse, Incitatus. The legend tells us that Caligula planned to make the horse a consul, the highest elected office in Rome. While often dismissed as the whim of a madman, historians now suspect this was a biting piece of political satire, a way for the emperor to tell the haughty senators that a beast could do their job just as well as they could. But the life of this horse was undeniably one of quiet, surreal luxury. Incitatus lived in a stable carved from marble, with a manger made of ivory rather than wood. He wore a collar of precious stones and was draped in blankets dyed Tyrian purple, a color so expensive it was usually reserved for royalty alone. The horse even had his own house, complete with servants and furniture, so that guests invited in the horse's name could be entertained in style. It is a peculiar vignette of excess. A silent animal standing in a marble hall, oblivious to its own status, munching oats from ivory, while the most powerful aristocrats in the world bowed to it. It remains a lasting symbol of how arbitrary power can become when it answers to no one. The physical landscape of Rome was forever altered in 64 CE by the Great Fire, a catastrophe that raged for 6 days and 7 nights. It began in the merchant shops near the Circus Maximus, where flammable goods like oil and cloth were stored, and was quickly fanned by strong winds through the narrow, twisting streets of the lower city. The fire was so intense that it created its own weather systems, sucking in oxygen and driving the heat forward until it consumed 10 of Rome's 14 districts. Contrary to the popular image of Nero fiddling on a balcony, the violin had not yet been invented, and the emperor was actually away in Antium when the blaze began. Upon returning, he organized relief efforts, opening his private gardens to the homeless and arranging for food supplies. However, the destruction was so absolute that it cleared vast swathes of real estate in the center of the overcrowded city, land that Nero had long coveted for his own grand designs. This convenient destruction led to whispers that the fire was started by imperial order, a rumor that stuck despite Nero's efforts to blame the catastrophe on the small, misunderstood sect of Christians. The fire cleared the clutter of the old republic, leaving a blank canvas of ash upon which a new, more despotic city would be built. From the ashes of the Great Fire rose one of the most extravagant private residences in human history, Nero's Domus Aurea, or Golden House. It was not just a palace, but a landscaped country estate dropped into the center of the capital, covering parts of 3 of Rome's 7 hills. The complex included vast vineyards, wild pastures with roaming animals, and a colossal artificial lake where the Colosseum stands today. But the marvel of the house was its engineering, specifically the main dining hall. This octagonal room was a masterpiece of ancient mechanics, designed to mimic the heavens themselves. The ceiling was a dome that rotated slowly, powered by water-driven machinery hidden in the walls, turning day and night to to match the movement of the sky. As the guests dined, panels in the ceiling would slide back to shower them with perfume and flower petals, while the floor remained stationary. It was a building that tried to act like a living organism, a machine designed to create a perfect, artificial universe for the emperor. The walls were covered in gold leaf and studded with semi-precious stones and mother of pearl, catching the light as the room revolved. It was a place where the boundary between the indoors and the outdoors, and between nature and engineering, was deliberately erased. Following Nero's death, the illusion of a divinely ordained lineage shattered, leading to the chaotic year of the four emperors. In the span of a single year, 69 CE, four different men, Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian, claimed the title of Caesar. This period revealed a secret that had been kept hidden by the stability of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, that an emperor could be made elsewhere than at Rome. Power no longer resided solely in the Senate or the bloodline, but in the loyalty of the legions stationed on the frontiers. As each general marched on the capital, the city held its breath, witnessing a revolving door of rulers who brought the mud and steel of the border camps into the imperial palace. The churn was so rapid that citizens barely had time to learn the face on their coins before it changed again. It was a time when the vast empire felt fragile, its fate resting not on laws, but on the speed of marching armies. Yet, remarkably, the bureaucracy held. The grain ships still arrived, the taxes were still collected, and the water still flowed through the aqueducts, proving that the machine of the Roman state had become stronger than the men who claimed to drive it. The year ended with Vespasian founding a new dynasty, bringing a rough, practical stability back to a weary world. Perhaps the most surreal moment of imperial decline occurred later, when the Praetorian Guard, the elite soldiers sworn to protect the emperor, murdered the ruler Pertinax and decided to sell the empire to the highest bidder. This was not a metaphor. It was an actual auction held at the walls of the Praetorian camp. Two wealthy senators, Didius Julianus and Sulpicianus, competed for the throne, shouting out increasing sums of money to the soldiers standing on the ramparts. The scene is almost impossible to imagine. The sovereignty of the entire Mediterranean world, from the mists of Scotland to the sands of Syria, being haggled over like a piece of antique furniture. Didius Julianus eventually won by promising an enormous sum of 25,000 sestertii to every single soldier in the guard, a fee that amounted to years of pay. He was declared emperor on the spot, climbing the ladder of heavy gold to the throne. But the purchase of power brought no respect. The people of Rome openly mocked him in the circus, and the provincial armies refused to recognize a ruler who had bought his title. His reign lasted only 66 days before he was deposed and killed. It remains a quiet, stark lesson in history that authority can be seized or inherited, but when it is merely purchased, it evaporates like mist in the morning sun. Roman concrete has lasted over 2,000 years, often enduring conditions that would crumble modern materials in a matter of decades. The secret to this longevity was hiding in volcanic ash and seawater all along. While modern concrete is designed to be chemically inert and sealed off from the environment, Roman concrete was designed to interact with it. The Romans mixed volcanic ash, specifically from the region of Pozzuoli near Mount Vesuvius, with lime and seawater to create their mortar. When this mixture was exposed to the ocean, it didn't break down. Instead, it triggered a rare chemical reaction. As the seawater washed over the piers and breakwaters, the lime and ash reacted to form new minerals called tobermorite and philipsite. These minerals grew like microscopic crystals, filling in tiny cracks and reinforcing the structure from the inside out. It was a material that actually healed itself over time, getting stronger the longer it sat in the salt water. Modern engineers are only now beginning to understand the complexity of this ancient chemistry, hoping to replicate it for seawalls that could last for centuries without maintenance. The Romans used this rock-like substance to build harbors that still stand today, defying the relentless pounding of the waves. It serves as a reminder that sometimes working with the forces of nature yields a more permanent result than trying to resist them. A stone that grows stronger with the tides, settling into a permanence that rivals the geology of the earth itself. The aqueducts of Rome were triumphs of precision that allowed fresh water to flow across empires without the aid of a single pump. These massive structures relied entirely on the gentle, constant pull of gravity to move water from mountain springs into the heart of bustling cities. The engineering required to achieve this was staggeringly precise. Over a distance of 30 or 40 miles, an aqueduct might only drop a few dozen feet in elevation. This meant the gradient had to be calculated perfectly too steep, and the rushing water would erode the stone channels and burst pipes too shallow and the water would stagnate or stop flowing entirely. While we often picture the majestic stone arches spanning valleys, like the Pont du Gard in France, most of the aqueduct system actually ran underground. By tunneling through hills and burying the channels, Roman engineers protected the water from evaporation, enemy poisoning, and the heat of the sun. They built settling tanks along the route to catch sediment and aerate the flow, ensuring the water arrived clear and cool. At its peak, the system delivered hundreds of millions of gallons of water to the city of Rome every single day, feeding fountains, public baths, and private homes. It was a feat of surveying that turned dry settlements into lush metropolises, bringing the lifeblood of the mountains to the center of the forum. The sound of running water in a city without a river became the quiet background music of Roman life. Beneath the floors of Roman villas and bathhouses lay a hidden world of heat known as the hypocaust system. This was the ancient precursor to modern central heating, designed to keep the harsh winters at bay, especially in northern provinces like Britain. The floor of a room was raised on stacks of brick pillars, usually about 2 feet high, creating a hollow space underneath. Outside the building, a furnace was kept burning constantly by slaves, and the hot air and smoke from this fire were drawn into the space beneath the floor. But the ingenuity didn't stop there. The walls were lined with hollow rectangular tiles called tubuli, which acted as flues to draw the hot air up the sides of the room and out through the roof. This meant the room was heated not just from below, but from every side, creating a radiant warmth that enveloped the occupants. In the great public baths, this system was powerful enough to make the floor of the caldarium, or hot room, too hot to walk on without wooden sandals. For the wealthy living in chilly climates, the hypocaust transformed their homes into sanctuaries of comfort, allowing them to wear their light Mediterranean tunics even while snow fell outside. It was a luxury that required immense resources to maintain, consuming entire forests of wood, but it provided a level of indoor climate control that wouldn't be seen again in Europe for over 1,000 years. Warmth rising from the ground like a gentle spirit, chasing away the cold. The Cloaca Maxima, or greatest sewer, is one of the oldest and most vital structures in Roman history, functioning as the city's hidden intestine. Legend says it was begun by the early kings of Rome around 600 BCE, originally as an open-air canal to drain the marshy, malaria-ridden wetlands between the hills. Once the water was drained, that land became the Roman Forum, the very center of public life. Over centuries, the canal was covered with stone vaults and expanded until it became a massive underground tunnel system. It was so large in some sections that wagons loaded with hay could drive through it comfortably. The Roman general Agrippa, who took charge of the city's waterworks, once famously inspected the condition of the sewers by navigating through them in a boat, traveling beneath the bustling streets of the capital. The structure was built with such durability that parts of it are still in use today, channeling storm water into the Tiber River just as they did 2.5 millennia ago. The Romans even had a goddess, Closina, who presided over the sewer, acknowledging that the health of the city depended as much on waste removal as it did on grand temples. It was a masterpiece of civil engineering that allowed a population of 1 million people to live in close quarters without succumbing to disease. A dark river flowing unseen beneath the history of the world, carrying away the remnants of the day. Roman roads were built with such obsession for durability and straightness that they are still used as the foundations for modern highways across Europe. The most famous of these, the Appian Way, was known as the Queen of Roads and set the standard for a network that would eventually span over 50,000 miles. A Roman road was not merely a cleared path. It was a multi-layered construction project that involved digging down to the solid bedrock. Engineers would lay a base of large stones, followed by layers of smaller stones, gravel, and sand, all rammed down tight. The top layer consisted of smooth, interlocking paving stones, cambered or curved slightly so that rainwater would drain off into ditches on either side. This layering system allowed the road to drain effectively and resist the shifting of the earth, preventing mud and ruts from slowing down travel. Roman surveyors prized straight lines above all else, often cutting directly through hills or building massive embankments to avoid a curve, ensuring that legions could march at maximum speed. Along these roads, milestones marked the distance to the next town and to Rome itself, creating a physical web that bound the provinces to the capital. They were the arteries of the empire, allowing news, trade, and soldiers to move with unprecedented speed. Even today, you can walk on the original stones of the Appian Way, where the chariot wheels of history have worn deep grooves into the rock. Footsteps echoing on stones laid 2 millennia ago, leading forever toward the capital. The Pantheon in Rome stands as a testament to engineering that borders on the miraculous, possessing the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world. Built by the Emperor Hadrian around 126 CE, the structure is a perfect sphere resting in a cylinder. The height to the oculus is exactly the same as the diameter of the dome, creating a sense of perfect harmony. To keep this massive concrete ceiling from collapsing under its own weight, Roman engineers used a series of brilliant tricks. The walls at the base of the dome are incredibly thick, over 20 feet, and made of heavy, dense basalt concrete to provide a solid foundation. As the dome rises, the walls become thinner, and the materials in the concrete mix change to lighter volcanic rocks like tuff and pumice. By the time the dome reaches the top, the concrete is made with ultralight pumice, minimizing the load. The famous coffered ceiling, the square recessed panels on the interior, wasn't just an aesthetic choice. It removed significant weight from the structure without sacrificing strength. At the very center sits the oculus, or eye, a 30-foot opening that lets in light and rain. Structurally, the oculus acts like the keystone of an arch, distributing the tension and compression forces perfectly. For nearly 2,000 years, visitors have walked into this vast, column-free space and looked up at the circle of sky, marveling that the stone above them hasn't fallen. An unblinking eye watching the sky turn over centuries, holding its breath. The plumbing of Rome was so extensive and standardized that the very word plumbing comes from the Latin word for lead, plumbum. While aqueducts brought water to the city, it was the network of lead pipes that distributed it to street-side fountains, public baths, and the private homes of the wealthy. These pipes were manufactured in standard sizes and often stamped with the name of the emperor, the plumber who made them, and the owner of the house, creating a bureaucratic record of water rights. The pipes were made by casting lead into flat sheets, then folding them around a cylinder and soldering the seam shut, creating a distinctive pear-shaped profile rather than a perfect circle. Historians and scientists have long debated whether this lead plumbing contributed to the decline of Roman health, a theory known as lead poisoning. However, the water in Rome was so hard, full of calcium and minerals, that the inside of the pipes quickly became coated with a thick layer of calcification. This mineral buildup effectively sealed the water off from the lead, protecting the population from the worst effects of the metal. The sheer volume of water moving through the city meant that the pipes were constantly flushed, keeping the water fresh and cool. This complex vascular system of the city allowed for a level of hygiene and convenience that was the envy of the ancient world. The hidden veins of the city, carrying life beneath the stone and soil. The image we often have of Roman clothing is dominated by the toga, a garment of grace and dignity. But in reality, wearing one was a burdensome civic duty rather than a fashion choice. A standard toga was not a simple robe, but a massive semicircular piece of white wool, often measuring about 18 feet in width and 7 feet in depth. It was so large and heavy that a Roman citizen could not dress himself. He required the assistance of a slave to carefully fold and drape the heavy fabric over his left shoulder, around his back, and under his right arm in a very specific arrangement. Once the toga was on, the wearer's left arm was essentially useless, tasked entirely with holding the folds in place, preventing the whole thing from unraveling as he walked. This physical restriction was actually the point. It signaled that the wearer was a man of peace and politics, not a soldier or a laborer who needed freedom of movement. Because they were so hot, heavy, and difficult to keep clean, most Romans despised wearing them and would switch to simple tunics as soon as they returned home or attended informal gatherings. Emperors eventually had to issue decrees forcing citizens to wear togas in the forum, trying to preserve the formal look of the city against the comfort of its people. A garment that represented the weight of citizenship in the most literal sense possible. While the wealthy lived in spreading villas, the vast majority of Rome's population lived in towering apartment blocks known as insulae, which rose precariously into the city skyline. These structures were often 6 or 7 stories high, built from a combination of timber, mud brick, and primitive concrete that was far less stable than the stone used for temples. The living arrangement in an insula was strictly hierarchical, but inverted compared to modern penthouses. The wealthiest tenants lived on the ground floor, where it was cool, easy to access water, and safe from fire. As you went up the narrow, dark staircases, the rent became cheaper and the conditions more dangerous, with the poorest families crammed into tiny wooden rooms at the very top. These upper floors were hot in the summer, freezing in the winter, and prone to catastrophic fires that could sweep through a block in minutes. The historian Strabo noted that the collapse of these buildings was a frighteningly common occurrence, often due to corrupt builders using subpar materials or adding illegal floors to maximize rent. If a fire broke out, those on the top floors had almost no chance of escape, as there were no fire escapes, and the wooden stairs would burn first. It created a city of vertical tension, where the higher you climbed, the closer you lived to the edge of disaster. For the average Roman, the home was often just a place to sleep, while the real living happened in the grand public baths, or thermae, which served as the social heart of the city. These weren't just pools for washing. They were sprawling leisure complexes that functioned like modern community centers, gyms, and business clubs, all rolled into one. A visit to the baths was a ritualistic progression through different temperatures, designed to cleanse the body and relax the mind. Bathers would start in the tepidarium, a warm room to gently heat the body, move to the caldarium, a hot steam room fueled by massive furnaces, and finally plunge into the frigidarium, a cold pool to close the pores. What made this system remarkable was the engineering beneath the floor. The hypocaust system, where hot air from wood fires circulated through hollow spaces under the tiles and inside the walls, keeping the rooms consistently warm even in winter. But beyond the heat, the baths were where society leveled out. For a tiny entry fee, the poorest laborer could bathe in the same marble halls as a senator. People went there to exercise, read in the attached libraries, buy snacks, get massages, and gossip about politics. It was a place where the noise of the city was washed away by the sound of splashing water and echoing conversation. To maintain order in a city of over 1 million people, the Roman state developed the Cura Annani, a massive welfare system that provided free grain to its citizens. Rome was the first civilization in history to accept that the state had a responsibility to ensure its people did not starve, regardless of their employment status. At its height, this dole fed about 200,000 households, providing them with a monthly ration of grain that could be baked into bread. This massive logistical undertaking required a constant flow of transport ships sailing from the fertile fields of Egypt and North Africa, crossing the Mediterranean to the port of Ostia. The arrival of the grain fleet was a matter of life and death for the emperors. If the ships were delayed by storms or pirates, riots would break out in the streets of Rome almost immediately. The emperors knew that their power rested not just on the loyalty of the legions, but on the fullness of the public belly, a concept later summarized by the poet Juvenal as bread and circuses. This grain wasn't just food, it was a political contract, a physical manifestation of the empire's reach, turning the harvest of the Nile into the daily bread of a cobbler in the Subura. It was a lifeline that tethered the population to the emperor, ensuring peace through the simple, quiet rhythm of baking bread. Inside the Roman home, the social structure was dominated by the paterfamilias, the male head of the household, who held a legal power that is terrifying to modern sensibilities. Under the ancient law known as patria potestas, the father held absolute authority over his children, essentially regarding them as property rather than independent beings. This power didn't end when a child turned 18, a Roman son, no matter how old or successful, remained under his father's legal authority until the father died or formally released him. In the early days of Rome, this power theoretically included the right to execute his own children if they dishonored the family, though by the imperial period, this was extremely rare and socially frowned upon. However, he could legally sell his children into slavery if the family fell into debt, or reject a newborn baby, ordering it to be exposed to the elements if he felt the family could not support it. This absolute rule meant that a 50-year-old senator might still technically own no property of his own, having to ask his 80-year-old father for an allowance. It created a society deeply rooted in lineage and obedience, where the family was a miniature kingdom and the father was its monarch, a domestic rule that demanded respect until the very last breath. One of the most surprising aspects of Roman daily life was the industrial use of human urine, which was considered such a valuable commodity that the government taxed it. The Romans understood that urine contained ammonia, a powerful cleaning agent that was essential for laundering clothes and tanning leather. Because of this, large clay pots were placed on street corners for passers-by to relieve themselves in, and this collection was then sold to fullers, the workers who cleaned the city's togas and tunics. In the fulling shops, workers would stand in large vats filled with a mixture of water and aged urine, stomping on the clothes for hours to break down grease and bleach the wool to a bright white. When the Emperor Vespasian placed a tax on the trade of urine, his son Titus complained that it was undignified to make money from such a source. In response, Vespasian famously held up a gold coin collected from the tax and asked his son if it smelled. When Titus said no, Vespasian replied, "Pecunia non olet," money doesn't stink. This phrase is still used today, a reminder of a time when the city's waste was recycled into the brightness of its citizens' clothes. A strange cycle of cleanliness born directly from what was cast aside. Despite the romantic images of quiet marble streets, Rome was incredibly loud, and the noise reached its peak not during the day, but in the middle of the night. Because the streets were narrow and crowded with pedestrians, Julius Caesar enacted a law that banned most wheeled vehicles from the city center during daylight hours, with exceptions only for construction and religious ceremonies. This meant that all the supplies needed to feed, build, and maintain the massive metropolis, timber, stone, grain, wine, and oil, had to be transported into the city after the sun went down. As soon as the sun set, the silence was shattered by the thunderous sound of iron-rimmed wagon wheels grinding against the basalt paving stones, the cracking of whips, and the shouting of teamsters stuck in traffic jams. The poet Juvenal famously complained that insomnia was a curse for anyone in Rome who wasn't wealthy enough to live in a secluded villa, writing that the noise of the nightly convoys would wake even the dead. While the rich slept in soundproofed rooms, the average Roman drifted off to the endless, rhythmic roar of commerce that kept the empire alive. A city that truly never slept, fueled by a nocturnal river of carts and cargo. In the Roman world, there was a specific flavor that permeated almost every meal, a taste so fundamental to their cuisine that it is difficult to imagine a Roman dinner without it. This ubiquitous ingredient was called garum, a fermented fish sauce that served as the primary seasoning for everything from roasted meats to vegetables and even certain desserts. To modern sensibilities, the production process might sound unappealing, but to the Romans, it was liquid gold. Garum was made by layering fish intestines, blood, and salt in large vats, and leaving them to ferment in the hot Mediterranean sun for months. Over time, the mixture would break down into a clear, amber-colored liquid that was rich in umami, a savory depth similar to modern soy sauce or Asian fish sauces. The production of garum was a massive industry, with factories springing up along the coastlines of Spain and North Africa, where the fish were plentiful. The city of Pompeii was particularly famous for its garum, and archaeologists have found jars there labeling different grades of the sauce, ranging from the cheap dregs sold to the poor to the premium flour of garum that fetched exorbitant prices among the elite. It was so essential that Roman soldiers carried it with them on campaigns to make their bland grain rations palatable, and chefs used it to mask the taste of foods that were not quite fresh. It was a flavor that bound the empire together, a salty, savory thread running through the history of the Mediterranean, now largely a ghost flavor in our culinary memory. When we picture a formal dinner today, we imagine chairs arranged around a table. But for a Roman of status, eating while sitting upright was considered uncomfortable and common. The formal dining room was known as the triclinium, a name that literally translates to 3 couches. The layout was strict and geometric, designed to facilitate conversation and enforce social hierarchy. 3 broad couches were arranged in a U shape around a central low table where the food was placed. Diners would recline on their left sides, leaning on large cushions, leaving their right hands free to reach for food. This position allowed them to eat slowly and digest comfortably over meals that could last for hours. The arrangement of the people on these couches was never random. It was a map of power and friendship. The host usually lay on the low couch, while the guest of honor was placed on the middle couch, right next to the host, to allow for private conversation. The view from the couches was often carefully curated, looking out into a garden or a fountain, blending the enjoyment of food with the beauty of nature. The physical intimacy of the triclinium meant that dining was a shared physical experience, a tangle of limbs and robes and conversation. It was a space where business deals were struck and alliances were formed, all while reclining in a posture of leisurely power. One of the most persistent and sensational myths about Roman dining involves a room called the vomitorium. Popular culture has often depicted this as a dedicated chamber where gluttonous Romans would go to purge their stomachs during a feast so they could return to the table and eat more. In reality, this room never existed. The Romans certainly enjoyed excess, but the word vomitorium actually refers to an architectural feature found in stadiums and theaters, not dining halls. Derived from the Latin verb vomer, which means to spew forth, the term described the wide corridors and passageways situated beneath the tiered seating of venues like the Colosseum. These passages were designed with incredible efficiency to allow thousands of spectators to exit the building rapidly at the end of a show. When the games were over, the crowds would pour out of these exits like water, spewing into the streets. The architectural design was so effective that modern stadiums still use the same basic principles for crowd control today. The image of the decadent, purging Roman diner was largely a creation of later writers who wanted to portray Rome as morally bankrupt. The truth is far more practical. The vomitorium was a triumph of civil engineering, a solution to the problem of moving masses of people, completely unrelated to the dining habits of the wealthy. It is a reminder of how easily language can be twisted by time, turning a clever door into a symbol of gluttony. For the vast majority of Romans who lived in cramped city apartments, cooking at home was difficult or impossible because most units lacked kitchens and fire was a constant safety hazard. As a result, Rome developed a thriving culture of street food and fast food joints known as thermopolia. These establishments were the ancient equivalent of a burger joint or a corner cafe, serving hot food to the working class on the go. Archaeologists have uncovered beautifully preserved thermopolia in Pompeii and Herculaneum, giving us a clear picture of how they operated. They typically featured an L-shaped masonry counter covered in polished stone, with large earthenware jars called dolia embedded directly into the countertop. These jars kept food and drink warm or cool, depending on what was needed. Customers would stand at the counter or sit on small benches to buy cups of cheap wine, bowls of lentil stew, sausages, or baked cheeses. The fronts of the counters were often decorated with colorful frescoes depicting the food on offer, like ducks, chickens, or roosters, essentially an ancient menu with pictures. The thermopolium was more than just a place to eat. It was a social hub where neighbors gossiped, gambling games were played, and the noise of the city filtered in from the street. It represents the daily rhythm of the average citizen, a place of warmth and sustenance in a busy, crowded world, proving that the need for a quick, hot meal is a timeless human desire. The Roman craving for sweetness led them to develop a culinary habit that was as dangerous as it was delicious. In a world without refined sugar, honey was the primary sweetener. But the Romans also discovered that boiling down grape juice created a thick, intensely sweet syrup known as sapa or defrutum. The danger lay in the cookware they used to make it. Roman winemakers and chefs found that boiling this acidic grape juice in copper or bronze pots gave the syrup a bitter, metallic taste. However, if they boiled it in lead pots, the chemical reaction produced lead acetate, a substance that not only sweetened the syrup further, but also acted as a preservative. This compound is chemically known as sugar of lead. The Romans added this lead-rich syrup to wine to prevent it from spoiling, and used it to sweeten sauces, glazes, and fruit preserves. While they knew that lead miners often got sick, they did not fully understand the slow, cumulative toxicity of ingesting it in their food and drink. Historians believe that widespread lead poisoning, particularly among the aristocracy who consumed the most sweetened wine and food, contributed to various health issues, including gout, infertility, and cognitive decline. It is a tragic irony that the very thing used to preserve their wine and enhance their pleasure was slowly poisoning them from the inside, a silent toxin disguised as a treat, woven into the luxury of their daily lives. In the realm of health and the human body, one figure stands above all others in the Roman world, the physician Galen of Pergamon. His influence was so profound that his theories on medicine would remain the unquestioned standard in Europe and the Middle East for nearly 1,500 years after his death. Galen was a prolific writer and a keen observer, but his understanding of human anatomy was shaped by a unique constraint. Roman law strictly forbade the dissection of human cadavers. To get around this, Galen studied the anatomy of animals, particularly pigs and monkeys, and assumed that human bodies worked the same way. He also gained practical experience as a physician to the gladiators. In the blood and trauma of the arena, Galen could study deep wounds and broken bones, referring to these injuries as windows into the body. Through these windows, he mapped out the muscles, nerves, and organs with remarkable, though sometimes flawed, detail. He famously demonstrated that the brain controls the voice, not the heart, by manipulating the nerves of a pig in public demonstrations. Galen believed that health was governed by the balance of four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and his treatments focused on restoring this balance through diet, exercise, and bloodletting. His certainty and the sheer volume of his writing cemented his authority, casting a long shadow over medical history. He was a man trying to illuminate the dark interior of the human form, piecing together the puzzle of life one observation at a time. For the ultra-wealthy elite of Rome, dinner was often less about nutrition and more about theater, a performance of power intended to shock and awe guests. The famous cookbook attributed to Apicius details recipes that seem almost impossible to modern minds, not just for their ingredients, but for their complexity. Wealthy hosts would serve dishes designed to trick the eye, such as a pig stuffed with sausages to look like entrails, or a hare decorated with wings to resemble the mythical Pegasus. Exotic ingredients were flown in from the far corners of the empire to demonstrate the host's reach and resources. Flamingos were prized for their tongues, and dormice were fattened in special jars before being roasted with honey and poppy seeds. One particularly extravagant practice involved serving a massive boar, which, when sliced open by the carver, would release a flock of live thrushes that would fly around the dining hall, to the delight and surprise of the guests. These banquets were often accompanied by music, poetry readings, or acrobats, turning the meal into a sensory overload. The goal was to create a spectacle that would be talked about for weeks, proving that the host had conquered nature itself. Yet, beneath the gold leaf and the exotic spices, these feasts were often tense political arenas where every bite was watched. It was an empire eating itself in a display of golden excess, a moment of indulgence frozen in the amber of history. In the earliest days of the Colosseum, the arena floor was not always a solid stage for combat. Before the complex network of underground tunnels was permanently installed, the Emperor Titus could order the wooden floorboards removed to reveal a vast, watertight basin beneath. Through a sophisticated system of sluice gates connected to nearby aqueducts, the entire oval could be flooded with millions of gallons of water in a matter of hours. This transformed the amphitheater into an artificial lake designed to host the Naumatia, or mock sea battles. Spectators would watch as flat-bottomed ships, replicas of famous war vessels from history, maneuvered around the confined space, complete with rowers and soldiers engaging in combat. The engineering required to waterproof the basin and then drain it quickly so the evening events could proceed on dry land was immense. It involved a series of drains that emptied into the Cloaca Maxima, the city's main sewer. For the audience, the sight of a naval engagement taking place in the center of the city, surrounded by stone tiers rather than the open ocean, was a display of absolute control over nature. Once the spectacle concluded and the water receded, the basin would dry, leaving only the dark dampness on the stones before the sand was laid down again. A temporary ocean, summoned and banished by the will of the emperor. Under the blazing Italian sun, the comfort of the spectator was an engineering priority that required military precision to maintain. The Colosseum was equipped with a massive, retractable awning system known as the velarium. This was not a simple canvas roof, but a complex web of linen strips, ropes, and pulleys that mimicked the rigging of a great ship. It was so complicated to operate that a detachment of 1,000 sailors from the Imperial Naval Fleet at Misenum was stationed in Rome specifically to manage it. These sailors worked on the upper rim of the amphitheater, manipulating the ropes to extend or retract the canvas panels depending on the angle of the sun and the direction of the wind. The velarium didn't just provide shade. It created a thermal updraft that helped circulate air through the seating bowl, generating a gentle breeze for the crowd below. The light filtering through the colored canvas would cast a warm, diffused glow over the white marble and the sand of the arena, changing the atmosphere of the spectacle. It was a marvel of active architecture, moving and breathing above the heads of 50,000 people. A ship's sail deployed on land to tame the sky. The stone benches of the amphitheater were more than just seats. They were a physical map of Roman society, frozen in marble. Where you sat told the world exactly who you were and how much power you held. The seating was strictly segregated by law, creating a visual hierarchy that everyone understood at a glance. At the very bottom, closest to the action on the podium, sat the emperor, the Vestal virgins, and the senators, who brought their own curule chairs to place on the broad marble platforms. Just above them sat the equestrian class, the wealthy knights and business leaders of Rome. As the tiers rose higher and the view became more distant, the status of the spectators decreased, moving through the ranks of ordinary male citizens. At the very top, in the steepest and furthest section known as the Menianum Summum in Lignes, the seats were made of wood rather than stone. This is where the poor, the slaves, and women were permitted to sit. From these high wooden benches, the figures on the sand would have looked like small dolls, and the roar of the crowd below would have risen up like heat. It was a mountain of people, built so that the most powerful were grounded near the earth, while the powerless watched from the clouds. The empire's reach was often demonstrated not just by soldiers, but by the living creatures brought back to the capital. The Roman appetite for exotic animals turned the arena into a showcase of the natural world's wildest corners. Elephants from North Africa, tigers from India, rhinoceroses, hippos, and even giraffes were transported thousands of miles by ship and wagon to appear in the Colosseum. The logistics of this trade were staggering. Catching these animals, keeping them alive during a sea voyage across the Mediterranean, and housing them in the city required a massive infrastructure of hunters, handlers, and keepers. For the average Roman citizen who would never leave the Italian peninsula, this was their only chance to see the monsters of myth with their own eyes. The demand was so high that it actually altered the ecology of the ancient world. The North African elephant and the Atlas lion eventually went extinct in the wild, partly due to the numbers captured for Roman games. These creatures were hoisted up from the underground hypogeum via intricate elevators, appearing suddenly through trapdoors in the sand as if by magic. A wild, breathing piece of a distant continent, standing bewildered within a circle of stone. Contrary to the bloody depictions in modern movies, a gladiator match was rarely a disorderly fight to the death. Gladiators were expensive investments, trained for years in specialized schools called ludi, and their owners, known as lanisti, did not want to see their capital wasted. The fights were officiated by referees who carried long staffs to separate opponents if rules were broken or if equipment failed. Analysis of gladiator skeletons suggests that many survived multiple matches and received excellent medical care, often better than the average citizen. When a fighter was wounded or outmatched, he would not be instantly killed. Instead, he would drop his shield and raise a single finger to signal surrender. The decision of missio, or mercy, was then left to the sponsor of the games, who often took the crowd's mood into account. In many eras, it is estimated that 9 out of 10 fights ended with both men leaving the arena alive. They were professional athletes performing a dangerous sport, and And while death was a risk, it was not the guaranteed outcome. The ultimate goal was a display of skill and courage, allowing the loser to walk out through the gate of life to fight another day. While gladiators were famous, the true kings of Roman sport were the charioteers who raced in the Circus Maximus. These men earned fortunes that eclipsed the wealth of senators and rivaled the emperors themselves. One famous charioteer, Gaius Appuleius Diocles, is often cited by historians as the highest paid athlete of all time, earning roughly the equivalent of billions of dollars in today's money over his 24-year career. The races were far more popular than the gladiator games, drawing crowds of up to 250,000 people, a quarter of the city's population, to a single event. The drivers were divided into 4 factions distinguished by color: the reds, whites, blues, and greens. Fans were fanatically loyal to their colors, wearing dyed tunics and singing songs for their team, creating an atmosphere not unlike modern football rivalries, but with far higher stakes. A successful driver could buy his freedom, own land, and retire in luxury. The roar of 250,000 people cheering for the green faction would have been deafening, a wall of sound that vibrated through the city streets. When the dust settled on the track, the winner wasn't just a hero, he was a tycoon of the track. Combat in the arena was carefully choreographed through distinct classes of fighters, each with specific equipment designed to create an interesting tactical puzzle. The Romans found no entertainment in 2 identical men hacking at each other. They preferred the drama of asymmetry. One of the most classic pairings was the Retiarius against the Secutor. The Retiarius was a fisherman-styled fighter, armed only with a weighted net, a trident, and a small dagger, wearing almost no armor except a guard on one arm. He had to rely on speed, spacing, and the ability to entangle his opponent. He was pitted against the Secutor, who was heavily armored with a large shield, a short sword, and a smooth, round helmet designed specifically so the net wouldn't snag on it. The Secutor was a tank, protected, but slow and easily exhausted by the weight of his gear. The crowd watched the dynamic interplay between the swift, vulnerable netman and the slow, armored pursuer. It was a balance of stamina versus agility, where one mistake by the light fighter meant death, and one stumble by the heavy fighter meant entrapment. 2 shadows dancing in the sand, distinct, but bound together by the design of their war. They were known as Marius mules, a nickname that carried equal parts respect and exhaustion. A Roman legionary didn't just carry a sword and shield. He carried his entire life on his back, a burden that transformed the army into a self-sufficient machine. Following the reforms of the general Gaius Marius, the baggage trains were reduced, and soldiers were required to haul up to 45 kilograms of gear over long distances. Inside a fur-lined leather satchel called a sarcina, a soldier carried rations for 3 to 15 days, a cooking pot, a saw, a wicker basket for moving earth, a pickaxe, and spare clothing. But perhaps the most crucial items were the 2 heavy wooden stakes strapped to their backs. These weren't for fighting, but for building. No matter how tired the men were after marching 20 miles, they never slept in the open. Every single evening, the Legion would unpack these tools and construct a fortified camp from scratch, complete with a ditch, a wall made from those wooden stakes, and orderly rows of tents. It meant that a Roman army was never truly vulnerable, even when resting. They were a mobile city, carrying their walls with them wherever they went, turning the chaotic wilderness into a grid of Roman order before the sun went down. A heavy burden that ensured their survival in a hostile world. There is a deep connection between the work of the Legion and the salt of the earth that lingers in our language today. In the ancient world, salt was not merely a seasoning for food. It was a vital resource for survival, essential for preserving meat during long campaigns, and for cleaning wounds to prevent infection. For a soldier marching in the heat of the Mediterranean summer, salt was also a critical mineral to replace what was lost through sweat, keeping the body functioning under extreme stress. Because of its immense value, soldiers were sometimes paid a special allowance to purchase salt, a payment known as a salarium. This serves as the root of our modern word salary. While the myth that soldiers were paid directly in bags of salt is likely an exaggeration, the connection was real enough that a soldier who slacked off or failed in his duties was said to be not worth his salt. The empire went to great lengths to secure salt supplies, even constructing the Via Salaria, or Salt Road, one of the oldest roads in Italy, specifically to transport salt from the pans at Ostia to the city of Rome. It was a white gold that kept the legions marching, a simple mineral that became the foundation of a soldier's livelihood. Discipline in the legions was absolute, held together by a punishment so severe it became legendary, though it was rarely used. This was decimatio, or decimation, a word often misused today to mean total destruction, but which specifically meant the removal of the tenth. If a unit was found guilty of cowardice, mutiny, or losing their standards in battle, they were not all executed. Instead, the punishment was designed to be psychological and collective. The cohort would be divided into groups of 10 men, and they would draw lots, stones, or pieces of straw from a bag or helmet. The one man who drew the unlucky lot was then executed, usually by his own 9 comrades who had been spared. It didn't matter if the man chosen was a hero, a fresh recruit, or innocent of the specific crime. The randomness was the point. It bound the men together in a terrified brotherhood where everyone was responsible for everyone else. The survivors were then shamed, often forced to camp outside the safety of the walls, and given barley to eat instead of wheat. It was a cold, mathematical approach to discipline that ensured a legion feared its commanders more than the enemy, creating a silence in the ranks that was heavier than any armor. On the battlefield, the legion could transform itself into a single, armored beast known as the testudo, or tortoise. This formation was a triumph of engineering applied to human bodies, designed to approach enemy walls under a hail of arrows and rocks. At a command, the soldiers would close ranks tight. The men in the front row would hold their large, rectangular shields in front of them from shin to eye level. The men behind them would lift their curved shields over their heads, overlapping them like the scales of a reptile or shingles on a roof. Those on the flanks would turn their shields outward, creating a sealed box of wood and leather. The formation was so strong that historical accounts describe chariots being driven over the top of a testudo to test its stability, or soldiers running across the roof of shields to fight attackers on a wall. Inside this shell, the soldiers were nearly blind and moved slowly, shuffling forward in perfect unison, guided only by the shouts of their centurions. The sound inside would have been deafening, the rhythmic thud of boots, and the clatter of missiles bouncing off the interlocking shields. But the men remained untouched, a soft organism protected by a hard, impenetrable shell, moving relentlessly forward. Every legion marched behind a golden bird that meant more to them than their own lives. The aquila, or eagle standard, was the physical embodiment of the legion's soul, and its connection to the god Jupiter. It was usually a statue of an eagle with outstretched wings, perched atop a pole and clutching thunderbolts in its talons. To lose the eagle in battle was the ultimate disgrace, a catastrophe that could lead to the legion being disbanded and its name erased from history. Soldier entrusted with carrying it, the aquilifer, was a man of immense status who wore a lion pelt over his helmet and armor. In the chaos of battle, the glint of the golden eagle was the rallying point. As long as the eagle was upright, the legion was alive. Rome fought entire wars just to recover lost eagles. When 3 legions were wiped out in the Teutoburg forest in 9 CE, the Emperor Augustus reportedly wandered his palace at night shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." Decades later, Roman armies were still launching deep raids into Germany, not for conquest, but specifically to find and retrieve the lost eagles of those fallen units. It was more than metal. It was the honor of Rome itself, fixed on a pole and guiding them through the mist. For the soldiers who survived 25 years of marching and fighting, there was a final promise waiting at the end that changed the landscape of the empire. The Roman military pension system was one of the first of its kind in history, a deal struck to ensure loyalty and stability. Upon honorable discharge, known as missio, a veteran received a diploma and a substantial reward. This was often a lump sum of cash equal to about 13 years of pay, or more commonly, a plot of good farmland. The emperors would establish new cities, known as colonia, specifically for these retired soldiers to settle in. Cities like Timgad in Algeria or Merida in Spain began as retirement communities for veterans. These towns were built in the perfect grid style of a military camp, reflecting the order the men were used to. By planting thousands of loyal, Romanized, Latin-speaking veterans in conquered territories, the empire solidified its hold on the provinces without needing active garrisons. The old soldiers would trade their swords for plows, marrying locals and becoming the town elders, spreading Roman culture simply by living out their quiet days. A system that turned the weapons of war into the foundations of peace. While the heavy infantry were Roman citizens, the empire relied heavily on the specific skills of those they had conquered to fill the gaps in their lines. These were the auxilia, the auxiliary troops, men recruited from the provinces who did not hold Roman citizenship. They brought talents the Romans lacked, expert archers from Syria, heavy cavalry from Sarmatia, and light skirmishers from Thrace. They were paid less than the legionaries, and often placed in the most dangerous positions on the battlefield, used to soften up the enemy before the legions struck. But they fought with a desperate intensity because of the reward dangling at the end of their service. After 25 years of fighting for a country that was not technically theirs, an auxiliary soldier was granted full Roman citizenship for himself and his children. This grant was recorded on a small bronze tablet, a copy of which the soldier kept. It was a golden ticket that transformed his family's future, granting them legal protections and the right to vote. It was a brilliant mechanism of integration, turning the empire's former enemies into its staunchest defenders, all for the hope of one day being able to say, "I am a citizen of Rome." In the very heart of the Roman Forum, a sacred fire burned that was never allowed to go out. This was the temple of Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, and its flame was tended by the Vestal Virgins, the only female priesthood in Rome. These 6 women were chosen from noble families before the age of 10 and served for 30 years, a timeline divided into 3 decades, 10 years learning, 10 years performing their duties, and 10 years teaching the new initiates. Their primary task was simple, but terrified the Roman imagination. They had to keep the fire burning, because the Romans believed that if the flame of Vesta was extinguished, the city itself would fall. Because their role was so vital to the state's survival, the Vestals held immense power and independence that other Roman women could only dream of. They could own property, vote, and even pardon a prisoner on death row simply by touching them as they walked by. They had the best seats at the Colosseum and traveled in carriages through the city, a luxury usually reserved for the emperor. However, the price of failure was absolute. If the fire went out, the responsible priestess was stripped and beaten. But if a Vestal broke her vow of chastity, the punishment was terrifyingly unique. Since it was forbidden to spill the blood of a Vestal, the offender was carried in a silent funeral procession to an underground chamber, given a small amount of bread, water, milk, and oil, and buried alive. A life of supreme privilege balanced on the edge of a single, flickering mistake. Before a Roman general marched to war or the Senate made a major decision, they often consulted a map found inside an animal. This was the ancient practice of haruspicy, the art of reading the future in the entrails of sacrificed livestock, specifically the liver. The Romans inherited this tradition from the Etruscans, their mysterious neighbors to the north, and they took it with deadly seriousness. A trained priest, known as a haruspex, would examine the organ for specific signs, its color, its shape, and any abnormalities. To the Roman mind, the liver was a microcosm of the universe, a reflection of the will of the gods written in biological matter. We know they approached this with almost scientific rigor because archaeologists have found training tools like the bronze liver of Piacenza, a life-sized model of a sheep's liver divided into 40 distinct sections, each labeled with the name of a different god. If a head or protrusion on the liver was missing or deformed, it was considered a catastrophic omen, enough to cancel a battle or dissolve a political assembly. This wasn't just superstition to them. It was a form of cosmic weather forecasting. A general might have thousands of soldiers ready to march, their armor polished and weapons sharp, but they would all stand still if the morning sacrifice revealed a blemish in the wrong quadrant. It suggests a culture that, despite its military might, felt deeply subject to invisible forces. A mighty empire pausing its gears to read the writing on the inside of a sheep. For 1 week in December, the strict hierarchical order of the Roman world turned completely upside down. This was Saturnalia, the most popular festival of the year, held in honor of the agricultural god Saturn. It began on December 17th and was a time of legally sanctioned chaos and joy, where the serious business of being Roman was suspended. Schools closed, courts shut their doors, and it was forbidden to declare war. The most remarkable aspect was the reversal of social roles. For this brief window, masters served dinner to their slaves, who were allowed to wear their masters' clothes and speak freely without fear of punishment. Gambling, usually frowned upon or illegal, was played openly in the streets with dice, and the somber white togas were swapped for colorful dinner clothes called synthesis. People exchanged gifts, particularly wax candles called cerae, symbolizing the returning light of the sun after the winter solstice, and small terracotta figurines. Families would appoint a king of Saturnalia, often a low-ranking member of the household, who would issue silly commands that everyone had to obey, like singing naked or dancing into a fountain. The festival was so beloved that when later emperors tried to shorten it to return to work sooner. The public outcry forced them to restore the full holiday. Many of the traditions of Saturnalia, the gift-giving, the feasting, the holly, and the focus on light in the darkness of winter, eventually wove their way into later winter celebrations. A brief season where the impossible became tradition and the rigid world learned to laugh. Rome was a conqueror of nations, but it was also a voracious collector of gods. As the legions expanded the borders, they didn't just take land, they absorbed the deities of the people they defeated, a process known as syncretism. The Romans were pragmatic, believing that other nations' gods were simply their own gods wearing different names, or powerful local spirits that needed to be appeased. This openness led to the explosion of mystery cults, secret religious societies that promised personal salvation and answers about the afterlife that the traditional state religion did not. One of the most popular was the worship of Isis, the Egyptian goddess of magic and motherhood. Her temples spread from the Nile to the rainy shores of Britain, filled with the shaking sound of the sistrum, a ritual rattle, and the scent of exotic incense. Another powerful import was Mithras, a god with Persian roots who became incredibly popular among the Roman soldiers. Mithraism was an all-male cult that met in underground temples designed to look like caves, called Mithraea. Initiates shared a communal meal and progressed through 7 grades of rank, mirroring the hierarchy of the army. Because these religions were spread by soldiers and traders, you could find a shrine to an Egyptian mother goddess next to a Persian sun god in a town in Germany. It created a strange, spiritual cosmopolitanism where the divine had no borders. A pantheon that grew as endlessly as the roads that connected it. To be a Roman emperor was to hold absolute power, but to die as a good emperor was often to become divine. This was the imperial cult, a political and religious glue that held the sprawling empire together by focusing loyalty on the figure of the emperor and his family. It began tentatively with Julius Caesar, who was declared a god after his death, but Augustus formalized the practice, careful to refuse being worshipped as a god while he was alive in Rome. Instead, he allowed people to worship his genius or his divine protecting spirit. In the provinces, however, the rules were looser, and temples were openly built to living emperors as a sign of loyalty and gratitude for the peace they brought. When a popular emperor died, the Senate would vote on his apotheosis, his transformation into a god. The funeral ritual was elaborate, culminating in the burning of a wax effigy of the ruler on a massive pyre. As the flames rose, an eagle was released from a cage at the very top, soaring into the sky to symbolize the emperor's soul joining the gods in the heavens. This wasn't always taken with total seriousness by the rulers themselves. The Emperor Vespasian, known for his dry wit, famously joked on his deathbed, "Dear me, I think I am becoming a god." Yet for the citizens, it provided a tangible link between the dusty governance of earth and the perfect order of the sky. A system where the line between political leader and heavenly power was intentionally blurred. While great marble temples to Jupiter and Mars dominated the city's skyline, the most important gods for a regular Roman lived in the kitchen. These were the Lares and Penates, the household gods who watched over the domestic sphere. Every Roman home, from the vast villas of the wealthy to the cramped apartments of the poor, had a shrine called a lararium. This was usually a small niche in the wall, often painted with snakes or flanked by small bronze statues of dancing youths holding drinking horns. The Lares were the guardians of the family line and the property itself, while the Penates were specifically responsible for the pantry and the food supply. The relationship with these gods was intimate and daily. A Roman family wouldn't start a meal without throwing a small piece of food into the fire as an offering to them, or pouring a drop of wine on the floor. In the shrine, they might also keep the wax death masks of their ancestors, creating a physical connection between the living family and those who came before. When a daughter married or a son came of age, the ceremonies happened here, in front of these silent, miniature witnesses. If the family moved, the Penates moved with them, ensuring that the concept of home was portable. It was a religion of the private, quiet moments, far removed from the grand sacrifices of the state. A belief that divinity was not just in the stars, but in the cupboard and the hearth. Amidst this crowded marketplace of ancient deities, a new and quiet faith began to travel the Roman roads. Christianity started as a small sect in a remote province, but it spread with remarkable speed precisely because of the Roman infrastructure. The apostles and early converts used the safe Roman seaways and the famous paved roads to carry their message from town to town. Initially, the religion was viewed with suspicion because it was so different. Christians refused to worship the emperor or the traditional gods, which which the Romans viewed as a political threat called atheism, a refusal to honor the state's protectors. This led to periods of brutal persecution, forcing early believers to meet in secret, often in the catacombs, the underground burial tunnels outside the city walls. They used secret symbols like the fish to identify one another without alerting the authorities. Yet, the religion appealed deeply to the marginalized, the poor, the slaves, and women, because it promised that every soul was equal and that the afterlife was open to everyone, not just heroes and emperors. By the time Emperor Constantine converted in the 4th century, the faith had woven itself so thoroughly into the fabric of the empire that it was ready to take over. In a twist of history, the very empire that crucified the religion's founder became the vessel that preserved and spread his teachings to the world. A message of peace carried on the swords and highways of a warrior state. It wasn't just a disaster. It was a time capsule sealed in a single afternoon. When Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 CE, it didn't simply destroy Pompeii, it encased it, creating one of the most hauntingly preserved sites in human history. The city wasn't overwhelmed by lava, which would have burned and crushed everything in its path, but rather by a massive, continuous rain of pumice and volcanic ash. This material, falling for roughly 18 hours, buried the city under a blanket that eventually reached a depth of 4 to 6 meters. Because the ash was so fine and packed so tightly, it created an airtight seal that stopped time completely. Without oxygen, ordinary decay could not happen. Wooden furniture, loaves of bread, wicker baskets, and even the expressions on people's faces were held in suspension. In the 19th century, archaeologist Giuseppe Fiorelli realized that the decomposed bodies of victims had left perfect hollows in the hardened ash. By pouring plaster into these voids, he revealed the exact positions of the citizens in their final moments, sleeping, shielding their children, or clutching their jewelry. We can see the folds in their tunics and the straps of their sandals. It transformed archaeology from a hunt for treasure into a deeply emotional encounter with the past, allowing us to stand face to face with a moment that ended nearly 2,000 years ago. The walls of Pompeii speak to us, not in grand speeches or official decrees, but in the casual whispers of ordinary people. One of the most remarkable things about the excavation is the sheer volume of graffiti found scratched into the plaster of homes, taverns, and public buildings. In the ancient world, the walls were the social media of the day. Over 11,000 distinct messages have been catalogued, ranging from the mundane to the deeply personal. Unlike the formal inscriptions on temples which were carved by professionals, these were written by regular citizens, slaves, and travelers. You find notes about gladiatorial matches, similar to sports fans discussing a game today, and advertisements for upcoming markets. There are simple declarations of existence, such as Gaius Plumidius Dipylus was here, written with a date stamp from October in 78 CE. There are messy shopping lists, boastful insults between rivals, and tender messages between lovers. On the wall of a sleeping room, someone wrote, "Lovers are like bees in that they live a honeyed life." These scribbles tell us that literacy wasn't just for the elite. It was likely widespread enough that a tavern keeper or a soldier could read and write. It is a reminder that while the buildings were ancient, the human impulse to leave a mark to say, "I existed," has not changed at all. In a bakery owned by a man named Modestus, a loaf of bread has been waiting for a customer for nearly 2,000 years. This is one of the most tangible connections we have to the daily morning routine of the empire. The loaf was found inside a sealed oven, carbonized entirely black by the heat of the ash, but perfectly intact in its shape. It looks remarkably like a modern sourdough wheel, scored into 8 distinct wedges, so it could be easily torn apart and shared without a knife. We can even see the stamp of the bakery pressed into the top, a requirement by Roman law to ensure the weight and quality were consistent, effectively an ancient trademark. On the morning of the eruption, the bakers had prepared the dough, placed 81 loaves into the large brick oven, and sealed it shut to bake. When the mountain began to roar and the sky turned dark, they fled, leaving the day's work behind. The heat from the volcanic material falling on the building finished the baking process, but then carbonized the food completely, preserving it against rot. It sits in a museum now, a dark, fossilized disk that represents a breakfast that was never eaten. It evokes the smell of yeast and fire, a quiet domestic moment interrupted by the end of the world. One of the most famous observers of the eruption ran toward the danger rather than away from it. Pliny the Elder was a renowned author, naturalist, and the commander of the Roman naval fleet stationed at Misenum, across the Bay of Naples. when the cloud first appeared above Vesuvius, described by his nephew as looking like a massive umbrella pine tree rising into the sky, Pliny's scientific curiosity was piqued. He initially prepared a light vessel to go closer and observe the phenomenon. However, just as he was preparing to leave, he received a desperate message from a woman named Rectina, whose villa was at the foot of the mountain and had no escape route except by sea. The mission instantly changed from one of science to one of rescue. Pliny ordered the warships to launch, uttering the famous phrase, "Fortune favors the bold," as he steered straight into the falling ash while others were fleeing. He managed to reach the shore at Stabiae, south of Pompeii, hoping to rescue his friend Pomponianus. But the winds were blowing onshore, trapping the ships. Pliny stayed the night, trying to calm the panicked locals by dining and bathing. But by morning, the air was thick with sulphurous fumes and ash. He collapsed on the beach, likely overcome by the toxic gases or a heart attack, and died there. His body was found days later, looking more like he was sleeping than dead, a final testament to a man who tried to use the power of the empire to fight a mountain. While Pompeii was buried by falling ash, its neighbor Herculaneum faced a different, more terrifying fate. Herculaneum was a wealthier, seaside resort town located closer to the volcano's base. For the first few hours of the eruption, the wind blew the ash south toward Pompeii, leaving Herculaneum relatively clear. Many people likely believed they were safe. But then, the column of ash collapsing over the mountain created what is known as a pyroclastic surge, a superheated avalanche of gas and rock moving at hurricane speeds. When this surge hit Herculaneum, it wasn't a slow burial. It was an instant flash of heat measuring nearly 500 degrees Celsius. This extreme temperature had a unique preservation effect. Instead of the wood rotting away, it was instantly carbonized, turning into charcoal. This means that in Herculaneum, unlike in Pompeii, we have preserved wooden doors still on their hinges, entire sets of furniture, wooden screens, and even food on tables. The surge filled the town from the bottom up, supporting the buildings as it buried them. So second stories and roofs often remained intact. For years, archaeologists thought the residents had escaped, until the 1980s, when they began excavating the boat sheds on the ancient beach. There, they found hundreds of skeletons crowded together, sheltering from the heat, preserved in the hard volcanic rock. A somber discovery of the people who waited too long to leave. The greatest library of the ancient world that we can still read today was saved by the very mud that destroyed it. Inside a massive estate in Herculaneum, now called the Villa of the Papyri, a wealthy Roman, possibly the father-in-law of Julius Caesar, kept a massive collection of scrolls. When the pyroclastic surge hit the villa, the intense heat instantly carbonized the papyrus scrolls, turning them into cylinders of pure charcoal. Then, the flow of mud buried them, sealing them against moisture and air. When excavators found them in the 1750s, they looked like lumps of burnt wood. Sadly, many were thrown away or used as fuel before their value was realized. Early attempts to open them were disastrous, as the brittle charcoal would crumble into dust at the slightest touch. For centuries, they remained a tantalizing mystery, knowledge that was physically present but completely inaccessible. In recent years, however, modern science has stepped in. Using high-energy X-rays from particle accelerators and artificial intelligence, researchers are now virtually unwrapping the scrolls without ever physically touching them. The ink, which sits on the surface of the papyrus, has a slightly different density than the paper, allowing computers to map the letters inside the rolled-up charcoal. We are slowly recovering lost works of Epicurean philosophy and poetry, voices emerging from the fire after 2,000 years of silence. For centuries, people walked over the buried city without knowing an entire civilization lay beneath their feet. After the eruption, the landscape was so altered that the very location of Pompeii was forgotten. Grass grew over the ash, and the name of the city faded into legend. In the late 1500s, an architect named Domenico Fontana was digging an underground channel to divert water for a local count. His workmen cut right through the middle of the buried city, exposing ancient walls covered in paintings and inscriptions. Strangely, Fontana covered them back up. Some historians believe the frescoes he saw were too explicit for the strict religious morality of the time, so he buried them again to avoid a scandal. It wasn't until 1748 that formal excavations began under the Spanish engineer Roque Joaquin de Alcubierre. At first, they didn't even know what they had found. They thought it was the nearby city of Stabie. It took 15 years of digging before they found an inscription reading, Res Publica Pompeianorum, confirming the city's identity. The excavation started as a treasure hunt for the Bourbon kings, who wanted statues for their palaces. but it slowly evolved into a systematic project of preservation. Even today, a third of the city remains buried and unexcavated, deliberately left under the soil to protect it for future generations who might have better technology to preserve what they find. It is a city that is still, very slowly, waking up from a long sleep. At the height of its power, the Roman Empire was not just a collection of conquered lands, but a contiguous expanse that wrapped around the Mediterranean like a protective cloak. Under the Emperor Trajan in the year 117 CE, the empire reached its absolute maximum territorial size, covering roughly 5 million square kilometers. If you were to walk from the mists of Scotland in the north to the burning sands of the Persian Gulf in the east, you would never leave Roman territory. The Mediterranean Sea was referred to as Mare Nostrum, or our sea, because the Romans controlled every single inch of coastline from Gibraltar to Gaza. It was a political entity so vast that it encompassed nearly 1/4 of the world's population at the time, binding roughly 60 million people under a single administrative system. This moment in history represents the high water mark of Roman ambition, a time when a traveler could use the same currency and speak the same trade languages from the Atlantic Ocean to the Tigris River. Historians tell a poignant story about Trajan standing on the shores of the Persian Gulf, watching a merchant ship set sail for India. He is said to have wept, lamenting that he was too old to follow in the footsteps of Alexander the Great and conquer further east. It was the moment the tide stopped rising, leaving a watermark on history that would never quite be reached again. A vast, unified silence before the slow recession of power. Far to the northwest of those warm eastern waters, the Emperor Hadrian decided to draw a line in the earth that would define the limit of the civilized world. Hadrian's Wall is often thought of as a simple fence, but it was actually a colossal, complex fortification that ran for 73 miles across the narrow neck of Britain. Begun around 122 CE, the wall was not merely a barrier to stop armies, but a psychological declaration of where Rome ended and the unknown began. The structure was built of stone, up to 6 meters high and 3 meters wide, and was originally covered in white plaster that would have gleamed brightly against the green and gray landscape, visible for miles. Every Roman mile, there was a small fort called a mile castle, and between those were turrets for observation, creating a rhythm of surveillance that stretched from sea to sea. To the north lay the barbarian lands, to the south, the province of Britannia. Soldiers from as far away as Syria and Spain were stationed there, shivering in the damp northern wind, guarding the edge of the known universe. They dug a massive ditch known as the vallum behind the wall to control traffic, effectively creating a militarized zone that controlled movement in both directions. It stands today as a stone memory of a time when one man could decide exactly where the world was supposed to end. While Hadrian built walls of stone, a later emperor built a fortress of words to protect his own peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius is unique among history's great rulers because he is remembered less for his conquests and more for his private diary. During the later years of his reign, he spent much of his time on the damp, gloomy frontiers of the Danube, fighting endless defensive wars against Germanic tribes. In his tent, by the flickering light of an oil lamp, he wrote a series of personal notes that he titled to himself. We know this work today as meditations. He never intended for these writings to be published. They were spiritual exercises based on Stoic philosophy, designed to help him cope with the crushing weight of his duty, the betrayal of friends, and the fear of death. He wrote about the brevity of life, comparing the span of a human existence to a mere point in time, and the nature of the world to a flowing river where nothing stands still. It is a profound intimacy to read the private anxieties of the most powerful man on earth, seeing him remind himself to be patient with rude people and to accept his fate with dignity. His words have survived for nearly 2,000 years, outlasting the empire he fought to save. A quiet voice of reason whispering from the chaos of a military camp. The stability of this golden era was eventually shaken not by an army, but by an invisible traveler that moved along the empire's efficient trade routes. The Antonine Plague, which struck the empire around 165 CE, is a reminder of how interconnected the ancient world really was. Soldiers returning from campaigns in the Near East brought back more than just victory. They carried a disease, likely smallpox, that would ravage the Roman population for over a decade. The plague didn't care about rank or station. It penetrated the marble villas of the aristocracy and the crowded tenements of the poor with equal ferocity. Ancient sources describe entire villages being depopulated and the army being so weakened that offensive campaigns had to be halted because there weren't enough healthy men to hold a shield. The famous physician Galen was in Rome during the outbreak and described the terrifying symptoms, observing how the social order began to fray under the strain of mass mourning. It is estimated that the disease may have killed up to 10% of the empire's population, roughly 5 million people. This microscopic enemy hollowed out the workforce and the legions, marking a subtle turning point where the empire's infinite manpower began to look finite. A shadow falling across the sunlit piazza of the Pax Romana. Before the shadows lengthened, however, Rome enjoyed a period known as the reign of the 5 good emperors, a time often cited as the pinnacle of human happiness and administrative competence. From 96 CE to 180 CE, the empire was ruled successively by Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. What made this period unique was that, for almost a century, the succession was not determined by biology, but by merit. None of the first 4 emperors had a biological son to inherit the throne, so they each adopted the most capable man they could find, training him for leadership before handing over the reins of power. This broke the cycle of erratic dynastic rule and ensured that the empire was governed by mature, experienced administrators rather than spoiled youths. Under their watch, the borders were secure, the economy flourished, and the law was respected. The historian Edward Gibbon famously wrote that if a man were called to fix the period in the history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, he would name this era. It was a rare historical alignment where power was paired with wisdom, creating a long summer of stability that citizens assumed would last forever. A time when the machinery of state hummed so quietly that people could almost forget it was there. To commemorate the victories of this era, the Romans constructed monuments that functioned like towering stone documentaries. The most famous of these is Trajan's Column, dedicated in 113 CE, which still stands in Rome today. It is a triumph of artistic engineering, a hollow drum of marble rising 30 meters into the air, wrapped in a continuous spiral frieze that depicts the 2 wars Trajan fought against the Dacians. If you could unroll the carving like a scroll, it would stretch for 200 meters. The level of detail is astonishing. There are over 2,500 figures carved into the stone, showing not just battles, but the mundane realities of army life soldiers building bridges, harvesting grain, tending to horses, and marching in formation. Originally, the column was painted in vivid colors, and the weapons held by the carved soldiers were made of tiny metal inserts, glittering in the sun. Inside the column, a spiral staircase is carved out of the solid marble blocks, leading to a viewing platform at the top. The structure also served as a tomb. Trajan's ashes were placed in a golden urn in a chamber at the base, making him the only person legally buried inside the city walls at the time. A vertical storybook that has stood watch while the city around it rose, fell, and rose again. While Trajan built for the public, his successor Hadrian built a private world that reflected his complex, restless soul. Hadrian's villa at Tivoli, just outside Rome, was not merely a country house, but a sprawling complex the size of a small city, covering at least 250 acres. Hadrian was a traveler who spent more time visiting his provinces than staying in Rome, and he used his villa to recreate the architectural wonders he had seen across the empire. He built his own version of the Canopus, a sanctuary he admired in Egypt, complete with a long reflecting pool lined with statues, and a temple dedicated to Serapis. There were theaters, baths, libraries, and guest quarters, all designed with experimental architecture that broke away from rigid Roman traditions, using curved walls and pumpkin-shaped domes. The most intimate part of the villa was the maritime theater, a small, circular island surrounded by a moat, accessible only by a retractable bridge. Here, the emperor could retreat from the demands of the world, isolating himself in a literal island of silence within his own estate. It was a place where memory and architecture merged, preserving the geography of his travels in stone and water. A personal map of the world, constructed for the pleasure of one man's memory. The Roman Empire was not a static thing that stood unchanged for centuries. It was a living organism that breathed, suffered, healed, and evolved. By the 3rd century, the stability of the earlier years had fractured, leading to a period of profound chaos and eventual rebirth. This was a time when the very definition of what it meant to be Roman was tested and transformed. It was an era of shadows and sudden lights, where the map of the world was redrawn not just by boundaries, but by beliefs. Let's drift back to these turbulent yet fascinating years, watching how a civilization reinvented itself to survive the deepening night. The chaos began with a period historians now call the crisis of the 3rd century, a span of about 50 years that nearly destroyed the empire from within. It started with a year so turbulent it is known as the Year of the 5 Emperors. In 193 AD, the throne did not pass peacefully from father to son, but was seized, lost, auctioned, and seized again in a dizzying succession of violence. Following this, for decades, the position of emperor became the most dangerous job in the world. Between the years 235 and 284, there were more than 20 legitimate emperors and countless usurpers, most of whom held power for only a few months or years before meeting a violent end. At one point, the empire actually shattered into 3 separate pieces: the Gallic Empire in the west, the Pomeranian Empire in the east, and the Central Roman state holding on in the middle. For a citizen living in a distant province like Britain or Egypt, it must have felt as though the sky itself was falling. Generals would declare themselves emperor, march toward Rome, and leave the borders unguarded, allowing raiders to pour in. It was a time when the center could not hold, and the grand unity of the Mediterranean dissolved into localized struggles for survival. Yet, miraculously, the empire did not die. It was stitched back together by a series of tough soldier emperors who refused to let the light go out. It reminds us that even when systems seem broken beyond repair, they can sometimes be forged anew in the fire of adversity. A world holding its breath, waiting for the dust to settle. One of the invisible drivers of this chaos was the collapse of the Roman currency, a slow-motion disaster you could feel in the palm of your hand. For centuries, the silver denarius was the standard coin of the realm, trusted everywhere from the sands of Syria to the snows of Scotland. In the golden days of the empire, a denarius was nearly pure silver, shining and heavy with value. But as emperors needed more money to pay the legions to keep them loyal, they couldn't simply find more silver mines. Instead, they began to debase the currency, mixing the silver with base metals like copper and bronze. Slowly, year by year, the silver content dropped. By the mid-3rd century, the silver coins were only about 5% silver, and eventually they became little more than copper discs with a thin, silvery wash that rubbed off after a few transactions. People noticed. The coins felt lighter, looked duller, and bought less. This triggered massive inflation, where the price of wheat or a new tunic would skyrocket. because the money used to buy them was seen as worthless. It was a crisis of trust as much as economics. Soldiers demanded higher wages to keep up with prices, forcing emperors to mint even more bad money, creating a spiral that destroyed the savings of ordinary families. It is a quiet tragedy of history, seeing the majestic face of an emperor stamped onto a coin that is slowly turning brown as the silver fades away. Value, after all, is just a shared belief, and when that belief withers, the metal is just metal. Order was finally restored by a man named Diocletian, who realized that the empire had simply become too large for one person to rule alone. In a moment of radical pragmatism, he did something no one had done before. He willingly shared his power. Diocletian split the empire into two halves, east and west, and then split it again, creating a system known as the Tetrarchy, or the Rule of Four. There were two senior emperors called Augusti, and two junior emperors called Caesars, who were their designated successors. This meant there were 4 men watching the borders, 4 armies responding to threats, and 4 imperial capitals. Rome, effectively, was no longer the center of the world. Diocletian moved his court to Nicomedia in the east, while his colleagues ruled from cities like Milan, Trier, and Sirmium. You can still see a famous sculpture of the Tetrarchs in Venice today, carved from deep purple porphyry stone. It shows the 4 emperors huddled together, embracing, their hands on their swords, looking identical and inseparable. It was a visual message of unity and stability after decades of civil war. The system worked well enough to bring peace for a generation, allowing crops to be harvested and children to grow up without the constant fear of invasion. And when Diocletian's time was done, he did something even more shocking. He voluntarily retired. He moved to a palace on the coast of Croatia to grow cabbages, famously telling people that if they could see the vegetables he planted with his own hands, they wouldn't ask him to return to power. A system built on balance, like a table with 4 legs, sturdy until the moment one leg breaks. The delicate balance of the Tetrarchy eventually collapsed, leading to another civil war that ended with a vision that changed the world. Constantine was one of the claimants to the throne, and in 312 AD, he marched on Rome to face his rival, Maxentius, at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. The night before the battle, legend says, Constantine looked up into the sky and saw a symbol made of light, the Chi, representing the first two letters of Christ's name in Greek, hovering above the sun, along with the words, in this sign, conquer. Following this vision, he ordered his soldiers to paint the Christian symbol on their shields. Constantine won the battle, and this victory marked the beginning of a massive cultural shift. He issued the Edict of Milan, which granted religious freedom throughout the empire and effectively ended the persecution of Christians. It wasn't an overnight conversion of the entire population. Pagan temples remained open, and the old gods were still worshipped for a long time. But the tide had turned. The emperor was now a patron of this once outlawed faith, building grand basilicas and presiding over church councils. It was the moment when the classical world began to merge with the medieval world that would follow. The Roman eagle remained, but now it flew alongside the cross. It captures that strange, quiet moment in history when the old spirits of the forests and rivers began to recede, making way for a new kind of prayer. A leader looking up at the clouds and seeing destiny written in light. Constantine's other great legacy was the founding of a new capital city, one that would outlast the fall of the West by 1,000 years. He chose an ancient Greek city called Byzantium, located on the strategic Bosphorus Strait where Europe meets Asia. He renamed it Nova Roma, or New Rome, though we came to know it as Constantinople. This wasn't just a renovation. It was the creation of a new heart for the empire. The location was brilliant, surrounded on 3 sides by water and guarding the trade routes between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Constantine spared no expense, stripping statues and art from other cities to adorn his new metropolis. He built a massive hippodrome for chariot races, a grand imperial palace, and wide avenues lined with colonnades. Unlike Rome, which was cluttered with the history of 1,000 years and vulnerable to attack, Constantinople was fresh, heavily fortified, and situated closer to the immense wealth of the eastern provinces. While the lights were slowly dimming in Italy, they were being kindled here with a brilliance that would shine for centuries. This city became the new guardian of Roman law, culture, and civilization. It represents the ultimate act of foresight, realizing that for the idea of Rome to survive, it had to leave the city of Rome behind. A city looking east toward the sunrise, leaving the long shadows of the west to drift into memory. While emperors built new cities, they also struggled to control the everyday lives of their subjects, leading to one of the most famous economic experiments in history. Diocletian, frustrated by the relentless inflation we discussed earlier, issued the edict on maximum prices in 301 AD. It was a massive legal document that tried to fix the cost of almost everything in the empire by imperial decree. The list is fascinating because it gives us a frozen snapshot of Roman life. It set price limits for wheat, barley, olive oil, and wine. It dictated the maximum wages for a farm laborer, a stonemason, a scribe, and a teacher. It even listed prices for luxury goods like lions for the arena or purple dye for robes. The penalty for violating these prices was severe, often death, for both the seller and the buyer. However, the laws of economics proved stronger than the laws of emperors. Merchants simply stopped selling goods at the official low prices, hoarding them instead. The economy ground to a halt, and goods disappeared from the markets, only to reappear in a thriving black market where real prices were charged. The edict failed miserably and was eventually ignored, but the stone inscriptions remain. They tell us exactly how many eggs were worth the same as a pair of shoes, or how much a liter of beer cost compared to a haircut. A rigid attempt to control a fluid world, proving that some forces are like tides. They cannot be commanded, only endured. Amidst all these political and economic storms, a quiet revolution was happening in the hands of readers and writers. This era saw the transition from the scroll to the codex, which is the ancestor of the modern book. For thousands of years, literature and records were kept on long rolls of papyrus. To read a scroll, you needed two hands, one to unroll and one to roll up. And finding a specific passage meant winding through feet of paper. But during the 3rd and 4th centuries, the codex began to take over. The codex consisted of individual pages bound together at a spine, protected by a cover. This format was championed largely by early Christians who needed to quickly flip between scriptures during services, something that was clumsy with scrolls. The codex was also more durable, often made of parchment, animal skin, rather than fragile papyrus, and it held much more information because you could write on both sides of the page. It was a practical shift that changed how humanity stored knowledge. The library of the past was a honeycomb of tubes. The library of the future was a shelf of spines. It made reading a more intimate, portable experience, allowing a person to hold a whole history in one hand while the other remained free. A quiet revolution in the silence of a study, turning the page instead of unrolling the past. One of the most pivotal moments in Roman history began not with an invasion, but with a request for refuge. In the year 376, the banks of the Danube River witnessed a sight unlike anything the frontier guards had ever seen. Tens of thousands of Goths, entire families with wagons and livestock, appeared on the opposite shore, looking across the water with desperation. They were fleeing a terrifying new force from the east, the Huns, and they begged the Roman authorities for permission to cross the river and settle within the safety of the empire. Rome had absorbed migrant groups before, but never on this scale. The Emperor Valens granted them permission, hoping to recruit them as soldiers. But the logistics of moving such a massive population across a wide, fast-flowing river were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. The crossing took days and nights, a chaotic scene of rafts and canoes struggling against the current, filling the Roman provinces with hungry, frightened people. The local Roman commanders, rather than helping, exploited the refugees, trading dog meat for children to be sold into slavery. This cruelty sparked a rebellion that would eventually lead to the shocking Roman defeat at Adrianople. It was the moment the Danube ceased to be a barrier keeping the world out and became a gateway that could no longer be closed. A boundary that had held for centuries simply dissolved into the mist. For 800 years, the city of Rome had remained untouchable to foreign invaders. The last time an enemy had walked its streets was during the early days of the Republic, an event so distant it felt like myth. But in August of 410, that spell of invincibility was finally broken. Alaric, the king of the Visigoths, had besieged the city 3 times, using hunger as his weapon, until the gates were finally opened, some say, by rebellious slaves. Others say by starvation itself. When the Visigoths entered, it sent a psychological shockwave across the entire known world. Saint Jerome, writing from his monastery in Bethlehem, famously wept and wrote, "The city which had taken the whole world was itself taken." Yet the sack itself was strangely restrained compared to the brutality of modern warfare. Alaric, a Christian himself, ordered his men to respect the churches and those seeking sanctuary within them. They burned some buildings and looted the treasury, But they did not raze the city to the ground. After 3 days, they simply packed up their wagons and moved south, leaving the monuments standing. The physical damage was repairable, but the idea of Rome, the belief in its eternal safety, had been shattered forever. The smoke that rose from the 7 hills signaled that the world had changed, drifting away like a cloud into the summer sky. As the empire struggled to defend its heartland, it began to pull away from its edges, leaving them to fade into memory. The most famous of these departures happened in the province of Britannia. In the year 410, the same year Rome was sacked, the Emperor Honorius sent a letter to the British cities known as the Rescript of Honorius. The message was simple and devastating. The cities should look to their own defenses. The Roman legions, which had built the roads, manned the wall, and guarded the villas for nearly 400 years, were needed elsewhere. They packed their kits, formed their columns, and marched to the ports, never to return. We can see the poignant remnants of this departure in the ground today. Across Britain, archaeologists have found hoards of silver coins and gold jewelry buried in the gardens of Roman villas from this specific time. The wealthy owners, sensing the growing silence and the encroaching danger, buried their treasures with the intention of coming back for them once order was restored. They likely smoothed the earth over, looked at the spot one last time, and fled. But they never came back. The hoards remained in the cool, dark earth for 15 centuries, a silent testament to a civilization that turned out the lights and left the door unlocked. The fog rolled in over the island, and a long chapter of history quietly ended. In the midst of this unraveling, there was a moment where the sheer force of personality seemed to stop the tide of history. Attila the Hun, known to the Romans as the Scourge of God, had swept through the empire, devastating everything in his path. In 452, he turned his eyes toward Rome itself. The city was practically defenseless, the legions depleted, and the emperor hiding in Ravenna. The path was open, but at the banks of the Mincio River near Mantua, the terrifying warlord was met not by an army, but by an unarmed delegation led by Pope Leo. No record exists of exactly what was said between the warrior king and the elderly priest. It remains one of the great silences of history. Some historians suggest Attila's army was suffering from plague and famine, or that he was superstitious about the fate of Alaric, who had died shortly after sacking Rome. Others believe Leo offered a massive tribute of gold. But the legend that persists is of the power of words over weapons. After their conversation, Attila simply turned his horses around and rode back toward the Hungarian plains, leaving Rome untouched. It was a surreal pause in the chaos, a moment where the anticipated storm simply dissolved before it broke, leaving the city to breathe a collective sigh of relief in the quiet afternoon light. The final end of the Western Empire, when it officially came, was laden with a deep and poetic irony. The first king of Rome had been Romulus, and the first emperor had been Augustus. In the year 476, the person wearing the imperial purple was a boy named Romulus Augustus. He was a teenager, placed on the throne by his father, and he ruled for less than a year before the Germanic general Odoacer decided the charade was over. Odoacer marched into Ravenna and deposed the young emperor. But there was no great battle, no tragic execution. Odoacer took pity on the boy's youth and beauty. He spared his life, granted him a generous annual pension of 6,000 solidi, and sent him to live with his relatives in a luxurious villa in Campania, overlooking the Bay of Naples. This villa, the Castel dell'Ovo, had once belonged to the legendary General Lucullus. The young ex-emperor likely spent the rest of his days watching the sunlight dance on the Tyrrhenian Sea, living a quiet life of obscurity while the era of the Caesars ended. Odoacer then did something symbolically final. He packed up the imperial insignia, the diadem, the scepter, the robes, and shipped them to Constantinople, telling the Eastern Emperor that the West no longer needed a ruler of its own. The book of the Western Empire didn't slam shut. It was closed gently by a boy looking out at the ocean. We often imagine that when the empire fell, everything instantly changed, that the marble columns toppled, and everyone started wearing fur and living in mud huts. But reality is far more stubborn and slow-moving. The Roman Senate, the very heart of the Republic and Empire, didn't vanish in 476. In fact, it continued to meet and function long after the last emperor was deposed. Under the rule of the Ostrogothic kings who took over Italy, the senators kept their titles, wore their togas, and debated in the Curia just as they always had. The barbarian kings actually respected the Roman administration and used it to run the kingdom. We have records of the Senate appointing consuls and organizing public games well into the 6th century, decades after the empire supposedly ceased to exist. They still repaired public buildings, managed the aqueducts, and argued over taxes. For a Roman citizen walking through the Forum in the year 500, 24 years after the fall, the scene would have looked reassuringly familiar. The statues were still there, the courts were in session, and the old families still held their banquets. Institutions, like old habits, have a momentum that carries them forward, fading away so slowly that you barely notice the moment they are truly gone. This leads us to the most important realization about the fall of Rome. It wasn't an event, but a transformation. There was no single day where people woke up and said, "The empire is over." A farmer in Gaul or a merchant in Antioch lived their lives focused on the seasons, the harvest, and their families, unaware that historians centuries later would draw a line through their timeline. The transition was like the shifting of light during a long sunset. Latin slowly evolved into French, Spanish, and Italian. Roman laws blended with Germanic customs to form new codes. The grand, centralized economy fractured into smaller local networks that laid the groundwork for the feudal system. The Dark Ages is a misnomer that suggests a sudden blackout. In reality, the light didn't go out. It just fragmented. It moved into the monasteries where monks copied ancient texts, preserving them for the future. It moved to the east, where Constantinople burned brighter than ever. The stones of the Roman baths were eventually repurposed to build medieval churches, and the Roman roads became the pilgrimage routes of the Middle Ages. The empire didn't die. It was absorbed into the soil of Europe, becoming the foundation for everything that came after, changing its shape like water flowing into a new vessel. When we speak of the fall of Rome, we usually mean the city in Italy, but the Roman Empire itself didn't actually end in 476 CE. It simply shifted its weight to the east and continued for another 1,000 years. While the western provinces fractured into warring kingdoms, the eastern half of the empire, centered in Constantinople, remained a beacon of wealth, stability, and Roman identity. Historians later called this the Byzantine Empire to distinguish it from the ancient past, but the people living there never used that name. To the very end, they called themselves Romans. They followed Roman law, maintained Roman Senate traditions, and viewed their emperor as the direct successor to Augustus. Constantinople was known as New Rome, a city built on 7 hills just like the original, but situated at the crossroads of Europe and Asia. for 10 centuries. While London and Paris were small, muddy settlements, Constantinople was a metropolis of paved streets, streetlights, and nearly 500,000 people. It preserved the literature of ancient Greece and Rome that might otherwise have been lost to time. It was a civilization that refused to let the light go out, maintaining a golden thread of continuity that stretched from the time of the Caesars all the way to the dawn of the Renaissance. A flame carried patiently across a vast and stormy ocean of time. One of the most enduring gifts from this Eastern continuation was the code of law that underpins much of the modern world. By the 6th century, Roman law had become a chaotic mess of contradictory rules, local customs, and ancient decrees that no one could fully understand. The Emperor Justinian decided this had to change, so he appointed a brilliant legal official named Tribonian to oversee a massive cleanup operation. The task was monumental. They had to sift through nearly 1,000 years of legal history, reviewing over 2,000 separate books and 3 million lines of text. They discarded what was obsolete, resolved contradictions, and condensed everything down to a manageable set of documents known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, or the body of civil law. This wasn't just a dry administrative task. It was an attempt to create a perfect, logical system of justice that could govern every aspect of human life, from contracts to marriage. When it was rediscovered in the West centuries later, it became the foundation for the legal systems of continental Europe, parts of Africa, and Latin America. Whenever we hear about civil law today, we are hearing the echo of Justinian's scribes working by candlelight in Constantinople, an imposition of order upon the endless chaos of human behavior. This era also gave us one of the greatest architectural achievements in human history, the Hagia Sophia. Commissioned by Justinian after a riot burned down the previous church, it was designed not by standard architects, but by 2 professors of geometry and physics, Anthemius and Isidore. They wanted to build a structure that would defy gravity and define space in a way no one had ever seen. The result was a massive central dome, over 30 meters in diameter, that seemed to float above the nave without any visible support. They achieved this using pendentives, curved triangular sections of masonry that channeled the weight of the circular dome down to a square base, a revolutionary engineering feat. The interior was lined with golden mosaics, and colored marble so vibrant that descriptions from the time say the walls looked like meadows in bloom. Light flooded in through 40 windows at the base of the dome, creating a ring of fire that made the ceiling appear to hover, separated from the building itself. For nearly 1,000 years, it remained the largest cathedral in the world. When Justinian first entered the finished space in 537 CE, he is said to have looked up and whispered, "Solomon, I have outdone thee." It was a building made of stone, yet designed to look like nothing more than light and air. The survival of this Eastern empire for so long was due, in part, to a terrifying and secret weapon known as Greek fire. The exact composition of this substance was a closely guarded state secret, known only to the emperor and a handful of chemists, and the formula was so well protected that it was eventually lost to history completely. We know it was a liquid incendiary weapon, likely based on naphtha or quicklime, that could be sprayed from siphons mounted on the prows of Byzantine ships. What made it truly nightmarish for enemies was that it caught fire on contact, could burn while floating on water, and was nearly impossible to extinguish. Water only made it burn fiercer. It could only be put out with vinegar, sand, or old urine. This weapon saved Constantinople from 2 massive Arab sieges, effectively preventing the empire from being overrun for centuries. Chroniclers described it as a dragon breathing fire across the waves, turning the sea into a burning field that consumed wooden fleets in minutes. It was the napalm of the ancient world, a technological advantage that bought the empire time again and again. Today, chemists can only guess at the mixture, but the real formula remains one of history's great unsolved mysteries. A destructive secret swallowed by the silence of the sea. While the empire stood firm in the east, the language of the west was undergoing a slow, organic transformation. Latin did not die when the Western Empire fell. Instead, it slowly changed its clothes, evolving into the Romance languages we recognize today. In the chaotic centuries following the fracture of the West, travel became dangerous, and regions became isolated from one another. The vulgar Latin, the common speech of soldiers, merchants, and farmers, began to drift apart in different provinces. In the region of Gaul, the pronunciation softened and swallowed the ends of words, slowly becoming French. In the Iberian Peninsula, it remained closer to the older roots, but shifted in rhythm to become Spanish and Portuguese. In Italy, It stayed closest to the original, but gained a new musicality. Even distinct words shifted meaning. The Latin word focus, which meant hearth or fireplace, eventually became the word for fire itself in the Romance languages, feu in French, fuego in Spanish. This wasn't a sudden change, but a slow erosion and rebuilding over generations, like a river carving a new path through a canyon. By the time of the Middle Ages, a visitor from Rome would no longer understand the Latin-derived speech of a Parisian. It is a reminder that language is a living thing, an echo of an empire resonating in every hello spoken today. The final heartbeat of the Roman world stopped on a Tuesday in May in the year 1453. Constantinople, the city that had stood for over 1,000 years as a fortress of Christianity and Roman tradition, was finally surrounded by the Ottoman army under Sultan Mehmed II. The siege lasted 53 days. The Ottomans brought with them a new age of warfare, using massive cannons, including one called the Basilic, that was nearly 9 meters long, to batter the ancient Theodosian walls that had never before been breached. The last Roman emperor, Constantine XI, led the defense himself, fighting alongside his soldiers on the ramparts. The odds were impossible. The defending force was outnumbered 10-1. On the final night, the moon rose in a lunar eclipse, glowing a blood red, a sign that ancient prophecies said would mark the end of the city. When the walls were finally breached, the emperor reportedly threw off his purple imperial regalia so he wouldn't be recognized, drew his sword, and charged into the oncoming tide of soldiers, never to be seen again. With his death, the direct political line to Augustus, Caesar, and Romulus was finally severed. It was the end of the Middle Ages and the closing of a book that had been open for 2 millennia. The sun setting on a civilization, quietly and with finality. Yet in a profound way, the Roman Empire never truly disappeared. It just dissolved into the groundwater of our modern world. We still live in the ruins and the renovations of their ideas. The very structure of many modern governments, the Senate, the idea of a republic, the power of a veto is Roman. The architecture of Capitol buildings in Washington, D.C., Paris, and London deliberately mimics the Pantheon and the temples of the Forum to project authority and stability. Our calendar is the Julian calendar, slightly adjusted. The names of our months, January for Janus, July for Caesar, August for Augustus, are Roman names. Concepts like habeas corpus, pro bono, and the idea that a person is innocent until proven guilty have their roots in Roman legal tradition. Even the alphabet you are reading right now is the Latin alphabet, spread by their legions and bureaucrats thousands of years ago. Rome didn't just conquer land, it conquered the future. We walk down streets they engineered, speak words they coined, and live by laws they debated. In the quiet machinery of our daily lives, from the coins in our pockets to the laws in our courts, we are all, in some small way, still citizens of Rome. We've explored the Roman Empire through many details tonight. Knowledge builds on itself across centuries. Some things we've discovered recently, like the chemical secrets of their concrete or the hidden texts in carbonized scrolls. Others we've known for thousands of years, passed down through the careful hands of scribes and scholars. And some mysteries remain unsolved, waiting quietly for someone to piece them together in the dust of an excavation or the silence of a library. The story of Rome is a story of human endurance, of how we build, how we live, and what we leave behind when we are gone. And now, as we reach the end of this journey, wherever you are and whatever time it is, I hope these thoughts have given you something gentle to rest with. The legions have marched away, the crowds have dispersed, and the city is quiet. May your sleep